Hello everybody, we're live. And today I am joined by DasTactic.
Hi, Sal, and hi, chat. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me on. I'm really looking forward to this, actually.
Yeah, me too. in a kind of masochistic way. So today we are going to be looking at how to survive in an evil biome. And now I know usually we start by introducing our guest, but we're going to be generating a world. So we'll just have a look at the world that we're going to be generating, and then while that's running, we'll introduce Daz then. So Daz, you sent me a world gem file, which I have uploaded. Let's have a look. If we go create new world and detailed mode, and then we have a look at Daz's evil island.
Yeah. This really ramps up the evilness of the actual world and creates a lot more biomes, small and medium, that are actually full on evil. So it really is it creates and also it ramps up the forgotten beasts and all sorts of different things. So it really does make the world quite difficult and colder as well. I thought it felt more thematic to have like an evil island that was cold.
Yeah, I noticed that when I was looking at the temperatures, and I was like, that's a change.
It doesn't. It's not dramatic. It just keeps the snow around for a bit longer. And I quite like, because I'm from a very hot place, and so it's quite, for me, it feels quite alien. I've only ever seen snow once in my life, so it's sort of it feels good for me to play it, but I don't know if it does for people in the Northern Hemisphere.
Savagery's been tweaked somewhat as well.
Yeah. So so with those sort of settings in through there, that's been pushed right up. So there's a fair few different things in there with all sorts of different aspects. Even the actual layouts are much more globular, I guess, in terms of the actual landmass, to try to sort of reduce the inland seas, just so we've got easier access across the land for later on. But but a lot of it is it's quite complex. It was a lot of I did a stream actually where I was experimenting. That's all I did in the whole stream, was just testing different settings to see what would actually happen, and ended up with something that I was really quite happy with in terms of the evil biomes, but still giving a balance so that the actual civilizations could still actually survive in the world. So for me, it was actually a nice, and you'll notice that the evil cloud types are way higher than what they normally are.
Yes.
And the rain. And so I found that this was a nice setting. Like, it was, sometimes you don't get them, sometimes you do, but if you have it much higher than that, you always get them, and they become a bit too much.
Right.
So I quite like that setting for them. But that's because that's fairly dramatic with the evil types as well. If people aren't familiar with the way that the evil biomes work, is that there's two different types of evil biomes. You've got like the evil biomes that are sort of native to the world, and this is what this generation will then go and set. I think it's about a 50-50 chance that each of those biomes will then actually resurrect dead. So, and that's one thing I'd always look to try to see if we can actually get that, so that because that's when it becomes quite good fun, when you actually do have things coming back to life. Otherwise, it's not that different to a normal biome. But if you've got a dead biome, that really does make life interesting. And so I guess we can sort of test that as well when we get started, just to make sure that we actually do choose a biome that is dead. And and then it's and from there, because there's so many different biomes to choose from with this particular generation, it seems to sort of play out quite nicely. So John, just looking at the chat there, there's a comment there: how terrifying will this get? It's bit of an unknown. As I say, there's a 50-50 you're going to get the dead, sort of dead walking, essentially. So anything that dies, including if you shear a sheep, the hair will come back to life, things like that. So and if you go into a terrifying biome, you're then going to get undead giant monsters, and so that becomes quite a feat as well. So they're all good fun, like even from sinister all the way up to terrifying. They all have their own challenges, particularly if you do get the death biome. So I don't worry too much about how terrifying the biome is. If it's a terrifying biome, I don't expect to last very long.
Right, I'm going to get this started.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we're talking about the different types of biome. You've got the one type that's natively generated, like with what we're going to be seeing here, and then the second terrifying or evil biomes are the ones generated from the necromancer towers. But I've sort of found that they tend to inherit the death aspect of the biome that was there previously, and so usually they don't bring things back from the dead, which is sort of unusual for a necromancer biome. But I may be wrong about that, but that's now actually while we're generating this, you'll notice that there's like these brown patches that you're seeing. That's all evilness, even the little ones. Now I usually stop at around about year 100 and have a quick look around just to see if the map looks good.
Okay.
So if you just pause and then just start to sort of have a bit of a look around. Also, this particular, so if you want to click on pause there.
Yeah, I did. We're just waiting for it to register.
Oh, okay.
It's running.
I think it's often,
fast.
I find that's to do with the frame rate. It doesn't pick up. I have to click on it a few times to get it to actually. There we go. Okay, so when we have a look, you'll notice that, like I look for things down in the south there. If you sort of go to the southwest, just underneath where it's got the in that corner there, you'll notice there's a volcano, a series of volcanoes down there, but they're not so much in evilness. But if you look at the one on the top, like more to the northwest, back where you were. So now not that one there. Just go back down to the south.
Oh, right, yeah, that one there.
That one there is in a sinister environment. It's got like a volcano in the middle of it. It's a grassland, so it should be fairly flat. So if we wanted to play an evil volcano, then that would be, that's sort of what I look for, these sorts of opportunities. So there would be trees there as well, I would guess. Not that it matters that much, but yeah, and there's another. I tend to gravitate to the volcanoes. I don't know why. It's a cold, forested volcano. I tend to look there first, and I'm not sure why I do, but I do like the volcanoes because you at least you have magma right from the start.
Indeed.
So you've got haunted up through there. But all of these brown patches, and they're all fun to play. Now I also try to look and see where the civilizations actually are as well.
Yeah.
And just to get a bit of a gauge to see, we've got goblins in the middle of the map, which is great. We've got humans all over the place, so that's good as well. Dwarves in the middle as well, that's good. So it looks like the civilizations are going to be present, because also the fun thing is if you do play in these evil biomes, and then you end up, particularly with interaction with goblins, is that you can, and particularly if things come back from the dead, it then creates like another challenge if you do get attacked by goblins, because then all of a sudden they're going to have all these zombies appearing, like during the battle. So, so I like to sort of try to have them close by. And there's a tower actually just below where it's got back to main menu, just below, just north of where your cursor is. There it is. Yeah. So that we don't know if that's a haunted biome at the moment, but it may not have been a haunted biome initially. Yeah. So. There's a few little towers now appearing on the thing, but this looks like a good world actually. The civilizations look pretty well established, so I reckon we just run
Go
it.
With this one. Do we not want to?
I think so. Yeah.
Do we not want to look for a volcano? Because I think we want to play a terrifying biome, don't we?
Terrifying would be good, but it's hard anyway with the rain and the clouds, because they will. Because so even a haunted biome, as long as it generates the undead, it will actually be good.
It doesn't really matter whether it's terrifying or not at that point.
Terrifying can be really, really dramatically hard, but it's still fun to play. Like that's fun because you often just see how many times you can actually get in before it's. Yeah, they're all sinister, aren't they? Sinister and haunted. Did you want to do a volcano start?
I'm not too worried either way, actually.
I'm happy not to. If we want to just pick a terrifying biome, like in a grassland or forest or something, that would be fine.
Okay.
I found that some of the more unusual biomes, like ice or desert, won't spawn enough animals to make it interesting. So, they will be spawned as undead animals if you sort of go into like a forest or something. So it makes it quite tricky.
Right, and while the world is generating, let's do a proper introduction to you, Daz. So I think I don't know if you're aware of this, Daz, but you're the person who taught me how to play Dwarf Fortress in the first instance.
It's
You
funny. So many people say that to me. It's like so many of the YouTubers that actually do it say, "Oh yeah, I used to look at your videos back in the day."
yes,
It's funny
indeed.
because I used to look at there was another YouTuber called Captain Duck.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know if
yeah.
you've heard of him. Yeah, so I used to watch his videos, and then the one thing I sort of always felt was that whenever people played Dwarf Fortress, I noticed that everyone was trying to min max everything. And I felt that that was eroding the fun of the game. Like, as the more I got used to playing it, the more I sort of felt like it's actually more fun just to let the story control what happens and then just go with the flow rather than trying to win the game. And for me, that was actually a really big epiphany, I guess, just with playing the game. So that's why I started doing the tutorials to try to discourage people from min-maxing their starts and just have fun with it. And hence, these terrifying biomes are such good fun to play. It's
Indeed.
yeah, it's good fun. And we don't have to play. We don't have to go out the full 500 years if you don't want to. So we can sort of stop at any time. But I just always like to just let things
Yeah.
develop a little bit.
Yeah,
You can
yeah.
see there the goblins are sort of moving down through that big central river just off
Yeah.
to the right hand side.
Uh-huh.
And they're really taking good control of the middle of the map in
They
around that
are.
sort of mountain range.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be interesting. Like, this looks like there's a fair few haunted areas and terrifying areas back in through there as well.
Yeah, indeed.
Humans are developing nicely on the west,
Mm-hmm.
and we've got dwarves in the south there
Yeah.
as well. I haven't seen many elves, but
Sometimes they can be a
actually,
little bit hard to spot, though, I've noticed. Oh,
yeah,
of course, I can't
yeah.
use the map while it's generating. I can't move the map. Would you like to tell people where they can find you? So on
Which
Twitch and
it's lit-
YouTube, how often do you stream, that sort of thing?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Look, I try to put up one video a day on YouTube, and I stream nearly every day on Twitch as well. So I stream about 8 hours before now, usually, for around about 3 hours. And so it's just twitch.tv/DasTactic. And for YouTube, it's just youtube.com/DasTactic.
Hmm.
So that's they're the two ways to really sort of see my content. I've got a big series of Dwarf Fortress I'm putting up on YouTube at the moment, which has been good fun. That was sort of like people wanted a bit of a tutorial, a bit of a story, so I've sort of mixed it up a little bit. Where
Hmm.
I've just been going through fairly leisurely. That's not an evil biome. I'm sort of looking forward to that one finishing so I can start an evil biome. Run. But that's so I've got up to this. I've recorded 60 episodes of that now, so it's quite a long series, and I'm sort of now putting them back every second day or so
Yeah.
now before with the uploads.
And
But certainly been playing Dwarf Fortress for a long time and enjoying it and sort of putting out content for a long time.
yeah, a lot of people, I found chat enjoy origin stories. How did you start playing Dwarf Fortress? What got you into Dwarf Fortress in the first place?
Oh, okay. I've always enjoyed geology. Like I actually like
Ah,
geology, and so it's for me. I was drawn to it by that, even with just the world generation, just how complex the world generation was, and I just fell in love with that aspect of it. And so when I started playing it, I was I used to play it and just relax with it a little bit. And I had it was a long time ago now, certainly before I started doing YouTube, but I had a meeting with a whole lot of these. They brought all these mining engineers at this university. They flew them all in from around the world to have this meeting, and I was going in as a consultant to look at developing this web app at that time.
uh-huh.
And so I had to sort of pitch for what I could do. And so before I went there, I spent an hour or two just playing Dwarf Fortress that morning, which is sort of funny, but it was funny because I was going through aquifers and things like this. And so during the meeting, I could actually, because I was playing Dwarf Fortress that morning, I actually I could actually participate in their conversation, and that sort of got me the job. So it was quite a funny thing. My friends who aren't computer people at all, they find it so funny, like that you can play a game in the morning and then go and secure a job. For about 5 years, that job. It was a big job, and just from playing Dwarf Fortress that morning.
That's
So
hilarious.
yeah, that was before doing YouTube. So yeah, it was good fun, and yeah, but it's always been a special game for me. Just the world generation, there's just nothing like it. There's a few games that get close to it now, but nothing that really goes to the depth of Dwarf Fortress. I just love this aspect. Like even what we're looking at now, look at those necromancer towers that are really dominating the human lands.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah.
they're all the way through it now. And so the legends in that mode, I'd be like when this stops in for my own enjoyment, I'd be then going and finding out how did they all develop, who was involved. Like there's even more of them still springing up everywhere in amongst the humans. So it's just crazy. I just love that it does this, like this. That's why I like generating for, more than just 100 years, because we're seeing so much happening. Like if people aren't sure what it looks like, a cactus, like a black cactus, if they're looking at the screen, and there's a whole series of around those human lands that were in the grasslands there. So the humans sort of established themselves there really nicely in amongst those pockets of evilness below and above. And now we've got necromancer towers just running rampant through there. Sometimes they'll collapse, like the evilness will then start to sort of erode. Yeah, there's one that's just eroded away.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's probably not going to be very strong. But some of the others are quite. The one next to that one is really quite powerful. So that would be just from the Legends mode. That would be quite an interesting exercise. Just there it goes. It's just got a bit of power back.
Yeah,
it's powered back up again.
I'm guessing.
But these often.
I'm guessing that the tower was wiped out and then recovered.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? It looks like, because the civilizations can fight back against the evilness a little bit, and that looks like what's happened there. And there's another evil fortress. Evil tower below there that's also in a state of flux. But the ones next to it, that one's just going from strength. Oh no, it's just into ruins. Look at that. 3 of them went into ruins in that little section. If people are trying to figure out where we're going, it's just below where the text is on the left-hand side of the screen.
There's a lot going on with the towers in this area.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a new tower just popped up there. If we watch that, we should see the world going evil around that tower.
Yeah. Hopefully.
There we go. So it's just but then it's gone to ruin. Oh, and then it's been re-established.
Yeah, so it collapsed and then got taken back again. There's another one next to it that did the same thing. These are all becoming ruins. And so these could be taken over by all sorts of different things. It could be civilizations fighting back against them, could be forgotten beasts or anything like that sort of have come in and taken over. But it's fascinating to see how the game does this.
Yeah.
It's just so rich. So and look at the human lands now on the left-hand side. Like look at the amount of towers. I've never seen that before, ever. Like, have you seen that? Like with that many towers springing up?
Not quite this dense.
That's just crazy.
I'm playing a world at the moment, which we often show on the Kit Fox streams, where I've got 32 necromancer towers in the neighborhood, but it's not it's not quite this dense though. It's within a couple of days travel. There's another one just popped up there. There's obviously the secrets of life and death leaked out into the world in a big way in this human civilization.
There's secretive about that. Just share with everyone. So it's just incredible. So we're getting close now. Just 2 years to go.
There we go. It's finished now. We're going to keep this world.
Yeah, this is a weird one, isn't it?
It is.
See, that's like when we stopped it at 100, we didn't have any of them. And I love that the game plays that forward. Like no other game does that, like it makes Dwarf Fortress so special.
Indeed.
And when I try to explain to friends of mine who don't play Dwarf Fortress, even people that do play computer games, and when you sort of explain that, you generate this whole big history, and then you play the game, and so, you play with all of those different things. Not really. You just play with one little pixel of area.
Yeah.
But I find that so cool.
Chat have been questioning whether I've spelt your name correctly. Can I just check that with you? Spell your name for me. DasTactic.
DasTactic.
Damn it. Yep, I'll fix that.
That's okay.
C
Oh,
T I
it
C
did.
T
Yep.
A
So just
C
as
T
and then tactic.
Tactic. Do you know what it is? I've known you as DasTactic for so
So that
long.
happens a lot. That happens a lot.
Let me change that on this screen too.
It's funny, like it's the guys from Explorminate, like Rob. I don't know if you know Rob from Explorminate, but he actually, whenever he invites me to anything, he's got what did you say you know me as? Like DasTactic or something, whatever it is. Anyway,
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
got
DasTactic.
he thinks that's my email account. So his email for me is that address. So it never gets to me.
It's I don't know. I think because you're Daz and you're fantastic. So I've always read it as as like a compound between Daz and fantastic. It just seems so right.
Oh, thanks. It's sort of funny actually. It's funny because it's happened a few times with people confusing that name. But yeah, it is interesting.
Right now I've got to work out. So I think it was the universes of vision, region 12. Oh no, there's a region 13. So that'll be the one that we've just generated. The Wondrous Planets. I didn't pay
Hey,
attention to the name.
I love that as well. Like it's just whole language. The way that they've sort of put all the compound adjectives or compound nouns and stuff into the different things. It's just incredible what they've
Indeed.
done with this game. There really is nothing like it.
I
I think
shall.
that's what when you have a passion project like Dwarf Fortress,
Yeah, yeah.
with the brothers, so the way they sort of developed it, it really does show just when that passion does come through.
Indeed.
It makes
Okay.
them very special.
Fortress
Now,
mode?
actually,
Or do you want to
yeah,
have a
what I'd
look in
suggest we
Legends?
not necessarily. I mean, I think like there's a bit of preparation we need to do in Fortress mode beforehand. We can, if you want to go into Legends, we can.
No, it's okay.
Um,
We'll dive into Fortress mode.
I tend to end up spending hours in Legends once I get started in there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Especially in a world like this, it certainly looks interesting. What I'll do, I'll have a poke around in Legends in this world, and I'll see what I can find, and I'll tell some stories from this world in future streams.
Oh, okay, yeah, that'd be interesting. I'd love to know what's like how all those human necromancers, what they did, whether they were the
Yeah,
ones that expanded into the middle of the map or something, and things like that.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, okay, so really, it's really just a matter of just hovering over and just finding any terrifying biome that we think we might sort of want to do. Now, is that a sand dune? No, that's heavily forested. Yeah, that's
Heavy
That's
forest.
the brook is the mold of dunes. Yeah, so that's so the first thing I do usually is I just pick a spot that I'm interested in. Like
Mm-hmm.
so you just pick if you don't want to choose a spot, but I don't bother min-maxing I don't prepare carefully. I just go in with a default group initially,
Right.
and then don't save the fortress. So you basically go in, kill off your animals, see if they come to life, and then I know that there is actually a DF hack command that you can use that actually does make it it's a little bit easier to sort of see what's going on with that, but it's not actually available yet, so we can't actually sort of do it any other way other than actually going in and killing off the animals to see if
And
they come
having a
back to
look and
life.
see.
Yeah.
Do I choose somewhere? Do I avoid aquifers? Anything like that? Because we could do
No,
a
no,
search and say no.
it's all
Just
fun. Aquifers are like, particularly light aquifers are great for like to get your water because we're going to be in a very limited like a light aquifer is actually beneficial.
hmm
So that would actually be and because it's so hard to survive, it's one of those things where we don't know really how we're going to go with this. If it's not a death biome, then we'll probably have to go somewhere else anyway.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Well, what about here? We've got deep soil, iron, silver, copper, platinum, tin, lead, flux stone, the mold of
Great.
June. So we've got a brook in there as well. It's heavily forested, terrifying biome. Shall we?
Goblins as well.
Yeah, shall we go and have a look at that particular location?
That looks great. And you've even got a tower right down there as well, right
Mm.
near us.
And we've got a
So,
tomb just there.
oh wow, okay. And so if we like all of those little patches of pink and those different colors,
Uh-huh.
they're all still haunted biomes. They're the individual small biomes that get
Yep.
generated. Now, normally the base generation, you don't get very many of those, but we've got a lot of them in this particular map. And so as long as they're called the same thing, so it looks like, yeah, that's a stinky forest over there.
Uh-huh.
So that will all have the same
Literally
death
the stinky
aspect.
forest. Yeah.
And then the one that you're looking at on the right-hand side, is that a different biome again? That one there is the Inconsiderate Hills.
Uh-huh.
That's terrifying as well. And then slightly to the right is the Jungle of Weasels.
The Jungle of
Which is
Weasels.
also... Is that... I can't quite make out if
That's
that's terrifying.
as well, yep. Then
Yeah,
we've...
so...
then we're into
So-
Untamed Wilds. And then there's another terrifying cold forest here. And a terrifying... Oh, that's cold forest as well. That's haunted. That's haunted. So should we try out the Jungle of Weasels first?
Sounds good. So if you just embark pretty much anywhere that you want.
Sure. Take a bit of river with us. Mind you, we've got an
Yeah, why not?
aquifer, haven't we?
Yeah.
But sure, we'll take a bit of river. Yep, we're fine playing with an aquifer.
Yes, yeah, that'll make life a bit easier for us ultimately.
Okay. And then we're just going to take the default of everything.
Yep, that's right.
All right. Let's see what happens.
So this is just a test.
Yeah.
Chat's yelling at weasels.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, the first thing to have a quick look at, sorry, when we do get in there, is to just have a look at the others, like to see if there's any animals in the map.
Uh-huh.
And I can see there we've got like purple trees. That's glumprong, I think, which doesn't really mean that it's dead or not. If it says dead glumprong, or if the trees say that they're dead, then that should mean it's a dead biome as well. So we'll just wait for the save. It always takes a little while. It's not the fault to save it, is it, when you first start, but I always do it.
Yeah, I've got my settings set to save as frequently as you would normally get, without tinkering with any of the further settings. I've got all of the saves set up
every season.
Indeed.
Now it's just jaguars as mentioned in here. That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, the jaguars get hungry.
Yep, and just get ready to
Backstage.
pause as soon as you start.
Don't worry, that's on as default as well.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you could
Yeah,
actually do
that's
that by default.
setting in game settings to pause on start.
Oh wow! Haven't seen that one there. I'll have to have a look at that.
Yeah, if we have
If you
a
just-
look at settings, game settings, pause after loading.
Oh, okay. I must have skipped that one. Actually, while we're in the settings though, what we should
Yeah.
actually turn on is if you scroll down on this one through here, to turn on the frames per second. That way we can, if anything does violent come along, we can then slow it right down.
I've got my frames per second set down to 30 so that things do not run fast. It helps with chat
that's good,
seeing
yeah.
and stuff.
30's comfortable, I think.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
sometimes ramp mine down to 10, but I have it shown, so I just use the Alt and minus and plus keys to sort of get back to where. But that's a good idea to actually put that in there at 30. It's
Yeah.
it's 30 will be fine for us actually.
Yeah,
so that'll
yeah.
be good. It's
Cool.
only if we start getting attacked that we may have to sort of manually ramp it down a little bit.
Yeah. I've always thought of pause as being my friend. In
Yes,
Dwarf
I'm the
Fortress.
same. If you just
Okay.
hover over a tree and we'll see if it's a dead tree. No, it's not.
No, these are not dead.
No,
Does that
okay,
mean
so
it's not reanimating? What does that tell us?
It's still maybe, but if it's dead, it usually means that it is, and usually it means that it's not. If it's not dead trees, but all we need to do is just chop down a tree.
Mm-hmm.
So just give a chop down command, and then just build a butcher.
Okay.
and then we'll slaughter the cow and the horses.
Oh, we
Just
should
see if they
have
come
a...
back to life.
Let's just have a
Oh
look
yeah,
and
we're going to have
see
a look
what
at
else.
others, weren't we?
We've got a giant louse and a giant
Ah.
snail.
So the giant is coming in because of the
Because it's
amped up
savage.
biome, but it's not dead. So this is not a dead biome.
Right.
So I don't even think we have to worry about this anymore. So if we just quit back out without saving,
Okay.
and we'll try one of the other ones that were next door and see if they've actually got the death aspect to them. Hopefully they have.
So because we know that the Jungle of Weasels, that place where we set up, isn't a reanimating biome, the whole of the Jungle of Weasels will be the same. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah. So it's as per the starting biome when the world is generated, and so you only have to go into one of those areas in the biome, and then the whole biome. So we can go to the stinky forest and try that.
Okay. Chat's asking if it's breaking my heart that I'm not doing a prepare carefully. Yeah, this is just a test. Yeah, a test of dead is dead, indeed. So we go in, we test, and then we go back and prepare carefully. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah. So we quit out again another time, or you just go in and then try to survive as long as you can with just your first group, and then use the zombies that are there the next time around, whichever way.
Okay, Jungle of Weasels. So Jungle of Weasels is out. So we're going to try the Stinky Forest next.
Yep.
All right, we'll give ourselves a bit of water again.
Sounds good.
Oh, actually, do you know? Oh no, that's haunted up there. I was going to suggest. Well, we could hedge our bets and have a little bit of haunted and a little bit of terrifying. Then that way, one of those two, there's a good chance one of them's going to be reanimating. So even
That's a good idea.
we'll be in a terrifying biome, but
sorry, no, it's still all the stinky forest though, isn't it?
Is it?
So yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It is. Yeah, that's stinky forest as well.
And so in that instance, what will end up, that will either all be reanimating or not. But having said that, when you actually have the border, wherever the border is on a biome, is what will then designate what comes in from that border. So when you actually just have even just the skerrick of something, like if you actually just move even one click to the left, if you go left and then up, and just you'll notice that you don't need very much border for that to then have things wandering. So even if you have a haunted biome next to you, if it's a dead biome, they will generate dead creatures to wander into a non haunted biome. So it's sort of, but yeah, that looks. We could sort of test. That's only haunted in there, isn't it? Really, that area there. Have we got terrifying next to that one?
I'm actually picking up 3 biomes there. I've got a little bit of the haunted biome in the northwest. Then the southeast is the terrifying hills, which is a different region. And then we've got the terrifying forest going the whole way through. Should we go over there?
That sounds great. Now, we'll only be testing of course, the middle one for now. This looks interesting.
That's a lot of eyeballs.
Let's just see if they're dead trees, and if they are, then I think we're in luck. Sometimes had the game crash at this point, where you actually are moving different things. Oh no, there we go. We're okay. Still got jaguars here. That should be okay. And just hover over a tree. I can't see that, sorry, on my screen.
Right, none of them are saying that they're dead.
Oh, okay. Actually, while you're here, though, maybe we go to the extreme left and also back into those other biomes and just have a quick look and see if they're...
So we know up here, somewhere up in the northwest, we've got... No, they're not dead either.
And in the southeast? Because actually that's still all the stinky forest, isn't it? The other one, the other hills.
The other one was a different biome altogether. Although those trees are looking pretty leafy.
Yeah, they are actually. Yeah, they won't have leaves if they're alive. No, they're not dead either. Okay, so we're not having any luck down in the south. Maybe we'll go to the north of the map. Sorry, this normally it's a 50-50 chance. It's like a coin toss.
No, that's fine.
There's no point going to one of the necromancer towers because they won't be natively. They won't raise it natively.
Yeah, evil places are covered in eyeball grass, indeed, and the wiggling stuff, and the spooky sounds, indeed.
They're great fun, the evil biomes. They're so random. Like you get so many different. The clouds and the rain are just also so incredible. I was playing one the other day, and I had this rain that was some sort of goo that was like some sort of smelly goo that was falling from the sky. But whenever anything hit by it would immediately fall asleep, and a flock of ravens flew through, and they all fell asleep in the sky and then hit the ground, and half of them died.
Oh wow!
It was just so crazy. It's just such an incredible game.
Oh, I found there's a bit of terrifying biome up here.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, we've got the negative field is a terrifying biome.
That sounds good on the continent of Sol.
Indeed. Okay, let's give that one a go.
We've got to have some luck now.
Okay, it's been snowing.
We're seeing,
I should probably turn off saving while we're hunting out our place, actually. The plants are not looking dead.
No, they're not actually. Looks like we've hit an unlucky one again.
Looks like we've got tree leaves over to the right on the mini-map.
Yep, yeah. No, it's looking like this is a living biome again.
Indeed. We'll keep on searching now.
Yeah. It is sometimes it's a process, but it can...
Worth finding.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Okay. Ogres get hungry.
Ogres, there we are. That's interesting.
Yeah, the trees are alive here. And I'm guessing if we look over here, we'll see treetops. Oh,
actually.
Oh,
okay,
we
I've got
do
a couple
have
of dead
some
trees.
dead trees.
Do you want to?
There's a lot of dead
scroll
trees.
Back? Yeah, that's all the same biome, isn't it? Do you want me to scroll back up on the main screen and just see if there's any dead trees in amongst that lot? It still may be a dead biome. Oh, it looks like we may be in luck.
Yeah. So we've got some live trees, some dead trees.
So let's do a test on the animals.
Uh-huh.
No animals were harmed in this.
Right, so we need to cut down a tree so that we can get some wood to build a butcher shop out of. And let's have a look, see what else we've got on the map with us. Giant mosquito corpses. Okay, so we've definitely got undead things with us.
That's all we need to know. If we see an undead creature, like a giant mosquito like that, then we're this is a death biome.
Yeah, we know we're reanimating. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So we don't need to. We're going to reanimating biome, so we don't need to chop down the tree. We can equip that savings and now start to prepare for it. Unless you want to see how we go, it's up to you. It does make it harder the second time you try to bring that in.
I think preparing carefully, and let's have a look at how you would prepare carefully, would be good.
Oh, okay. Yep. So we know from that biome, when we think about it, we've got a lot of wood up top. I didn't actually check to see. I think we've got a light aquifer there as well, have we?
Yeah, light aquifer. There was a river running through this biome as well, so we can go grab a bit of river.
Yep. Okay. And so so we don't have to bring too much stuff. I tend to try to bring like the challenge initially is often getting everything off your carts and underground, and that's as fast as you possibly can. So you actually don't want to take too much stuff. You definitely don't take any animals. So we don't take any animals with us whatsoever. I tend to take 2 miners, like a couple of people that sort of, that don't really specialize in much at all, like farming and stuff like that. I don't take anyone that's sort of really good at anything. I tend to find that 3 military dwarves is better than just 2. 3 will often give us the start that we do require. Hope you can remember where we were.
I was just thinking that. Was it here? I think it was here. I'm not sure if it was here.
That's the Hill of Hating. Was it down south? Was it down below that?
It was the the negative field in the continents of Sol. So definitely this area.
It was in there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was in this patch here.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay, so it just doesn't matter really where we start in there.
I'll grab a little corner of river just in case we want it for anything.
So we've got iron, gold, silver, copper, zinc, lead. Okay.
Yeah, some nice stuff there.
Yeah. Even got shallow sand. So actually now, before we prepare carefully, I know we can do it at any time. I turn the enemies onto hard.
Okay.
But I keep the economy on normals, just so we can sort of, that tends to, and that doesn't do a hell of a lot. Like if, people are doing that themselves, what it does do is it should actually mean that they're a bit more aggressive. That's all it really does do. You can go in and actually tweak those settings yourselves. So prepare for the journey carefully at that point. So I guess like if we sort of start with the dwarves, as I say, just a couple of miners at the start there. Get them there. They're going to have a lot of work to do initially, and so they need to be sort of maxed out pretty much with mining.
Okay, and you don't you don't do any matching of personalities and skills, anything like that? I would normally spend 2 hours setting up my my embark.
I just tend to go from the top, to be honest. I don't worry about it. I used to do it, but I find I like the randomness of not knowing exactly. Like you might end up with a military dwarf that's really, really bad at military, and it's sort of fun to see what happens with them. Yeah. So, but it's up to you. I don't certainly don't.
No.
mind.
I'm going to let you completely backseat me. I'll question things as we go. So this is different from how I do it. I'm curious to play this with you driving my hands in a sense. Do we use up the rest of the skills on these miners? These 2 miners?
We do. We find things. I tend to just get. I always forget exactly which ones I sort of go with. But I guess we're going to need. We don't want them. The miners will often be. That's all that they'll be doing. So we've got to think. Okay, well, what's something that's not as important that they could then be doing? And things like we don't need. Like they can all butcher things, and we're not going to be doing much butchering anyway. So we probably won't use them for that. We won't use them for farming or planting because that's too important. Their job is too important to then have that one go back through.
Yeah.
We won't use anything at all to do with animals, so no fisher dwarves, no hunters. Really, I tend to just make these guys not so much masons, but there might be something like stone cutters or things like that that are loosely related, but nothing too much. But anything that doesn't really have a big bearing on the future of the fortress.
Uh-huh.
These will tend to survive long as well. So, where it might be, stone carver, stone crafter, things like that, which don't really make much difference to anything. I don't tend to sort of I tend to sort of spread it out a little bit with other things,
Ah, right. Okay.
with those other skills. Just so you just got like a smattering of those sorts of things, and then we get the specialist other guys to come back in.
Sure. So just a bit of everything. You don't give them combat skills or anything?
Actually, you could do that. It may be that these guys actually do, because they're already going to be strong by the time they get used to the mining.
Uh-huh.
So their strength is going to start to come up a little bit natively. And so putting in some dodge abilities and some fighting
Yeah, yeah.
abilities might be worth doing.
I was thinking dodge abilities sound like a very useful thing. Take them up to
So yeah,
adequate
you could almost
dodge.
max that out, couldn't you?
We
And
can
maybe
do.
fighter.
If I take off their stone carving.
Yeah, yeah. I think that the combat will be much, much more valuable for these guys.
Uh-huh.
Unfortunately, it's the
then-
miners that tend to go into fairly dangerous situations. Oh, a swimmer, actually. If you've got swimming, just get one lot of swimmer if it's in there. I'm not sure if
that'll
it
be
is.
under other, won't it?
Oh, there we go, at the very top.
Oh,
Just in case.
Indeed. And then we've got one skill pick left. So what were you saying before? Fighter?
Yeah, that's sort of fairly general. That will help a little bit, I think.
And then what? The same thing for the other miner?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, these don't like they. I think going with dodging, fighting, and swimming is good for these.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's our two miners.
So, and then we get the next one. Maybe we have someone that's like a farmer / cook or something.
Okay. So planter for farming, yeah?
Yeah. Yep, that'd be good.
Do I max it, or how many skill points?
Oh
into...
no, just spread these out like brewery, so you get a bit of brewing in there as well. So we'll need to
novice planter, novice brewer, novice cook.
Yeah, I think cook's on the labour one.
Okay.
And you can still just go through and find other things. We're going to need things like the mechanics. We're going to need a fair bit of that, so you might want to put a couple in there.
A couple of points into mechanic, yeah.
Yep, and I've still got 5 skills left. A lot of the others don't really matter much. Again, you can't go wrong with putting dodge on dwarfs.
Sure, I agree. Yeah.
And if we want any of these to be like have any sort of leadership skills, we could actually go and start to sort of put in some of the other sorts of skills that we may want to have if the fortress does survive.
Uh-huh. On this same dwarf, we've still got 3 skill points left.
Yeah. These we hope don't get into fights, so we sort of want to try to keep these away from everything, so we can sort of put these sorts of skills in a little bit with these as well if we wanted to. I try not to personally. I don't min max, but so if you've got things you want to do, just do it.
Sure. What should we put some? I don't know. Give them some. I mean, we're going to want someone with some appraisal skills and.
That's true, and this would probably be a good person for that one.
Judge of intent.
Yes, I think those two there. That then should push this one towards being the leader. I noticed there was a question about when you prepare carefully, is the leader is the expedition leader picked randomly? I think it's sort of they look at their skill set and then choose from it.
So the most social skills go to the leader rather than the most leadership skills. It's a mix of the social abilities of the dwarf. And they have some innate abilities and some innate abilities.
Okay,
No,
yep.
not innate. They've got some innate abilities and innate inabilities depending on their personality traits as well. They've got some strengths and weaknesses that are added to that. Okay.
Yeah, yep.
What are we going to do with this
All
one?
right. This one's going to be mason / carpenter.
Okay. Max on all?
Yeah, we're going to need to get particularly for carpentry, maybe just a couple on carpentry, just so we can actually do a little bit of work initially, because we're going to need to make everything out of wood at the start.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the most dangerous part. But then we're going to need him to really ramp up the stone working. So I would go max on mason, but just a couple on adequate carpenter should be okay. And then with those other picks, I think we just go and get whatever else. Again, that you we could go back for dodging ability if we wanted to.
Sure.
To be honest, if anything that's undead is going to be about 3 times as powerful as a non-undead, so it is quite hard for them to survive. Now these last 3 basically are military.
Okay.
So these are going to be. Now I used to always just go with hammer dwarfs all the time when I'm dealing with undead, but I find that they don't do enough damage. And so I don't know if you found that, Sal, whether you actually, with your fortresses, whether you sort of tend to choose one over the other. But I've started to go back to axe dwarfs.
Okay.
And just use, because even though they'll chop pieces off the dead creatures, and then those things will come back to life, but they're easy to kill. And it's so I tend to now go with with not too high up with all of those sort of skills. I think the dodge skill is still really, really important.
Right. Okay.
The shield user, armor user, and of course, once you actually get above a certain level with axe dwarves, you then end up getting you get the free axe as well.
Mm-hmm.
So and what else is there? Sometimes fighter can be helpful, just a little bit in there if you've got one more pick left or something, or even swimmer again. Swimmer is quite particularly if they're dodging, they're going to be jumping around and they could just jump straight into the ocean or into the water. And so, with the others, it's pretty much just the same deal. With where I do mix it up sometimes with get a different sort of weapon, like a couple of axes and maybe a hammer, just in case we do have to use brush damage. Rather than slicing damage.
Sure. So in my fortresses, certainly since the Steam release, I've been playing easy fortresses rather than hard fortresses, and I've been playing around with architecture a lot, actually.
Okay.
So I've been looking at how to mollycoddle my dwarfs and looking at the moods and the things that have changed with happiness and stuff.
Actually, I've watched some of your videos actually, and I've really liked that aspect. It's just an aspect that I haven't really focused on in recent years, and it's something that's very refreshing to just see how developed the game actually is. So kudos to you for being able to go in that deep with the way that those actually what the dwarves do. It's really impressive actually. So so hammer dwarf will be okay here.
A bit of swimming. What else was there? Oh, and then shield and armor.
Yeah, just a little bit. All right, there's the dwarves. That's done. So now we have to go to animals. Just make sure there's absolutely no animals selected.
Right.
Should all be 0. Yep, that's all good. And then the items. Now that the 3 military dwarves, we have to try to make sure that they get into their armor as fast as possible.
Okay.
So we do need to give them just copper armor. That will protect them reasonably well.
Okay.
So if we start there and just go to weapons and armor.
Right.
The weapons,
I've got weapons. Yep.
Yeah, we should already have the axe. We should have the 2 battle axes, but we don't have the warhammer. And so just a copper warhammer will do. That'll be the cheapest.
Copper warhammer?
Yep. So we'll grab one of those. And then we just go back to the armor. We get a copper helms. That'll be under headgear.
Headwear. Yep. So 3 copper helmets?
Yeah, three of those. Three if we go to body wear.
Yep.
I tend to just use the copper mail shirts. But that's bronze. That one that's a bit
Oh,
more
whoops.
expensive. We've got to sort of because this fortress may
Yep.
not survive, so it's just one of these things where these are expendable dwarves at this point in time.
Okay.
Then we'll go to handwear, and we'll go with the copper gauntlets.
Yep.
And then we'll
Do
go
I need
to footwear.
3 or do I need 6? I'm not sure
Uh,
how on this.
they're three
They are
pairs.
3
Yep,
pairs. Okay.
yep, so that's fine. And same with the boots as well. I tend to go with the copper high boots because they come up close to where the male shirts finish, but they're hard to put them on.
Yeah.
So, but we'll figure that out when we get in there. Then the leg wear, I tend to just use copper greaves, but we can use copper chain leggings, whichever one. It doesn't really matter whichever way we go.
Sure. We'll go the copper greaves.
Yep. Okay. That's pretty much. Oh, and the shields as well. The
Oh,
copper
yeah.
shields.
Oh, you use copper shields. Okay.
Just because they're cheap.
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So at this stage, what I yes, sometimes if I've got money left over, I'll go back in and try to get some iron. But it's fine for for what we're trying to do initially.
Uh-huh.
We're just trying to protect initially, and
Yeah.
then see what actually happens. So it's sort of now as far as the next bit goes. If we go back to the it's a good idea to take building materials in with us.
Uh-huh.
So we'll need to get some stone blocks.
Yep. Any particular
And
material or just go for one from the top?
yeah, just from the top is fine. So if we just go and just like maybe 5 or 6 of those, just to sort of get that will help us a little bit if we need them.
Uh-huh.
And same sometimes with logs, but in this case we can chop them down. The trouble is that we're not going to have the game gets confused when you've actually got a woodcutter and a battle axe wielder.
Yeah.
It doesn't know. Yeah, so it's actually a problem. It's almost better to bring in we don't actually have a wood chopper as such. And if we designate one and then try to make them into the military, they're not going to wear the uniform.
Yeah.
So maybe we take some wood in with us as well initially, and then we'll figure it out once we get established.
Yeah. And it's wood's very cheap.
It is, yes, yeah. And then at that point, really, we're going to have we've got the iron anvil, we've got the seeds and things. They're going to all be okay. We don't want to take too much stuff, but I think anything sort of like the actual the drink, it's worth taking in a lot of that because it's going to take us a long time to get established.
Yeah.
So and same with the plump helmets and things like that as well. If we just take in food, I think at this point
We're missing missing one of the drinks. We're missing rum. We can't have that.
No. Now, I think, I don't know if you know this, but I don't know if it's the same. You're doing the same thing where you just go one extra and you get the extra barrel.
Extra barrel.
Is it per 10 or per 20?
Now, these days I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Because it used to be that the barrels would hold a maximum of 30. So if you took 31, you got an extra barrel. I'm not sure that's still the same.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, actually. So yeah, anyway, as long as we get one extra of something, then
Yeah,
hopefully we'll be good.
indeed.
But I would go with even a lot more than this. We've still got
Yeah,
120
yeah. Cool. So if we take these up to 31 of everything.
Yep.
Do you want more than that?
That's enough. That'll keep us going for the year, and then we've just got back up the top to get, or down the bottom there for plump helmets. So probably would be the way to just sort of get a lot more of those, and just finish it off. There we go.
Okay.
Done.
Is there anything that we want to get rid of to?
Oh yes, there is actually. Now a few things actually are useful. Like the ropes are always useful to have more than what we have, but we worry about that. We don't need the quivers at all, so we can ditch them. Because we're going up against the undead, we don't need arrows, so they're going to be useless.
Yep.
Now the buckets, if we can get another bucket or two, that would be good. We've got 30 points, so that would be good just to get another one or two. The splints and crutches, we may need them, so I tend to sort of keep them there, but the step ladder we're not going to need at all.
Okay.
So we can get rid of that one. That gives us 60 more points. What else do you think we should take?
What about the wheelbarrow? I mean, that's 50 points. We could just take an extra log to make we could swap the wheelbarrow for a load of wood instead.
That's a good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea. I tend to not think about that because I always think, oh, that's going to make it faster for them to use the wheelbarrow, but sometimes it then stops other ones from using that stockpile as well. So yeah, I think it's a good idea to get rid of that. And we'll just bring in,
ramp up the amount of wood with the amount of wood stuff we've saved.
So
we've still got 68 points left. More plump helmets, more blocks maybe.
Yeah, but I think actually some of those seeds would be good as well. It's and I don't know whether we take in another battle axe just in case we do end up with somebody that's going to be a dedicated wood chopper.
Sure.
We could just take in one more of those, and that way we can actually have somebody that's not part of the military. We'll do that up like at the very end. The thing we have to be careful about is the more we take, the longer it takes for them to unload the wagon, and that can be a real issue. Maybe just more drink, I would think. More of the ale. It's always going to be useful.
Yeah, and it's all going to fit in the same barrel, isn't it, if we split it amongst them. There we go. Okay, so spent all the points. You happy with that mix of things?
It's good to me.
Yeah.
The good thing about if this fails, if we actually end up with a failure with the start, we'll always be able to then go back and use the equipment that they've dropped.
Yeah.
So it sort of becomes, you can get more and more military to go in and then try to secure it, but you've then got like more and more stuff that was left there the time before.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I tend to do as well, which I find fun, is to go to the fortress name and generate a random fortress name.
Okay.
And that becomes the theme. And if we've got a choice between something, it should direct. It's like our mission statement.
Okay. Wood mirror, Elder's coal, enjoyed mirrored, arrow fog.
Yeah, I think we don't want to be using arrows with this biome.
Gear throw, paint canyons, city partners, bolted leaf, brass clutch, shore wheel, crypt braids.
Crypt braids, that sounds interesting.
Oh, crypt braids? Sorry, I've already clicked on.
That's all right.
But we can always put it back.
Well, crypt something actually sounds good, doesn't it? Because we can always just start that way. Crypt lovers. That'll do.
Okay, crypt lovers it is.
Sounds great. And so we don't have to go through the group name or anything, but that's and you might want to save that profile as well, just in case we have to go in a second time.
Good thought. Okay, so this is the Daz Evil profile.
Yeah, chat likes crypt lovers. There we go.
Yeah.
Getting some love from them.
All right.
So here we go. Fingers crossed that we don't actually have anything alive or undead basically near us when we get in there. We've got a lot to do before we unpause. This was the ogre's place, was it?
It was.
That'll be interesting. Ogres? Trolls are door crushers, but are ogres? So do they break through doors as well?
I would imagine so.
Yeah, I would think so too. Okay, well, if that's the case, we're gonna we're going to have our work cut out for us a little bit here, I think.
Do you not use the U-bend tactic? Yeah, ogres.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. And they'll be undead ogres. So, do you been tactic?
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
sure.
So, building destroyers can't destroy hatch covers that are above their head. So, if
Oh,
you
okay.
dig down, let's say you dig down 4 levels, then go across a little bit, and then dig up 2 levels, throw a hatch cover across the top of those staircases. Nothing can get into your fortress. As soon as you lock those hatch covers, they can't break them from below.
Oh, that sounds perfect. That sounds like what we should be doing then, doesn't it?
Yeah, because I suppose normally in an undead biome, building destroyers are not your primary concern, usually.
Yeah. No, that sounds good. Okay, so now the first thing again is to have a look and see if there's any other wanted guests
Yeah, let's see
around
who
us.
we've got. Oh, nothing.
Great.
Yep.
Okay,
Struck lucky.
that's massive. Now we're in a treed area. It means that they may still be there, but we just don't see them.
Mm-hmm.
So that can be, depending on what sort of animal or creature it actually is, that could be what's actually happening there.
Ah,
So
something like ambushing in the trees.
yeah, I've had that happen before, where suddenly they're right next to you, and it's like, oh, well, I wasn't prepared for that. So we better first of all get the military sorted out. So
Okay.
if we have to first of all create a
Oh,
noble
course we do.
the militia commander. Sorry, I've got the garbage truck outside making noise.
yeah. No worries. Okay, so militia commander will be who? Not the miners.
No, not the miners, but just one of the peasants.
Mm-hmm.
And so because they'll be the military.
Yeah, yeah.
And so we then get out of that one and we go to create a new squad. And so I start off with just metal armor at this point, and then just go and tweak it afterwards. So and then we just assign those other 2 peasants.
Okay.
And before we let anything go with that,
Yep.
we'll just go back to the squads again. And just click on the tick next to them, and we'll just go back down to the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll just change it to ready rather than off duty. That way they'll always be in their equipment.
How do I do that?
Click down a little bit.
Oh, right. Yeah. I was trying to click the header. Yeah. Okay.
That means if they're off duty, then they'll go and take their uniform off and then put their civilian clothes on. Whereas ready means that they're always going to be wearing their uniform.
Okay.
Now, at the moment, they won't put on their high boots, and we want them to put their high boots on. So if we go, if you close that screen and then just go down to equipment, and we'll just have a quick look at the details, for example, of the top one there. And we've got metal armor, that's fine. Metal headwear, legwear, handwear, footwear, shield buckler, and individual choice. That looks good. Down the bottom there, where it's got uniform worn over clothing, just unclick that.
Okay.
And so it's just going to replace the clothing, and then we should be able to just confirm or whatever at the top there, and that should be okay. That's still going to be. See how it's now custom uniform. Sorry, just go back in again with that one. So back to details, and we've still got uniform replaces clothing. Just enter a name like Fortress,
Sure.
copper or copper uniform or something. That will do, and then confirm and save the uniform. And then we just need to assign uniform, and then assign that particular uniform.
Okay.
And there we go. That's now going to mean that they all will. That's the first thing that they will do. Oh, sorry, no, it's not the first thing that they'll do. Now we just need to go back to the bottom, and what I tend to do is give them initially just a station order right next to where we started.
So say, right, you guys, you're the military, you've got a thing to do. It's to stand there, so they've got to go and collect their weapons and armor.
Yep. And once they've decked themselves out, so if we start with undead around us, they won't, and we get attacked immediately. We're in a lot of trouble at that point because they won't have their weaponry, and they'll just try to wrestle. But if we can just get them established, if they can put their armor on, they've got a very, very good chance of actually getting through. Actually, where's the river that we had? That was in the northwest, wasn't it? That was a fair way off.
Yeah, there was a bit of river somewhere. Let's just zoom out. It's probably... And it'd be frozen at the moment, so we won't be able to see it underground.
Yeah. So it was just the absolute barest little piece, isn't there?
Yeah.
If you go down one more layer, I think we can see the ice.
Oh, yeah. We just see it there on the mini-map.
Yeah, just a tiny little piece.
Yeah.
And there's no ice near where we started, was there? We're going to have to try to just avoid that.
Good point.
When we go in.
Let's have a look. There's a lot
of we're
pools
okay.
around, but not directly underneath us.
All right, so next thing, we now have to try to get all of the stuff that's above ground, underground as quickly as we possibly can.
Okay.
And if we build a staircase that goes straight down and it rains any of that sort of goo, then it's going to pool at the bottom of the staircase. So I tend to find I start thinking ahead for like building a ramp for when we do actually eventually get the wagons to come up like a long-term time in the future. And you want this to be pretty close, so you don't want to be sort of running around too much. So so if you start the process, I tend to go down just so we can avoid the roots of the trees as well. I go down at least two layers, and I only do it one wide because that way we can start to protect it and then eventually make it 3 wide.
Okay.
So we sort of plan for the 3, but just build the 1.
Okay, and go underneath the wagon?
It doesn't really matter whichever way. So that will be fine.
I'm ramping instead of channeling. I was like, why? What? Why? There we go.
And then the next layer down, and we'll go 1 more.
Yep.
Okay, and then the next layer down, hopefully it's not aquifer, but we'll then start to, so we have to go down 1 more layer, but just get the normal mining tool at this point in time.
I'll just mark it so I know where we're going. There we go.
Yep. Now, that first one will have to be like a door. So we'll put a doorway in there just to get started.
Yep.
Then we're going to need to have and if we use the what the system that you were just sort of saying there with the going down and then back up.
Yep.
If we get the aquifer, that's going to be a problem, isn't it? We're going to have to go under the aquifer to do that.
Yeah.
So let's actually just cater for the fact that we may need to actually have a drawbridge.
Yep.
So. Because also, if we do get a lot of undead, we can actually draw them into where the drawbridge will come. So we need to make a big drawbridge.
Okay.
So the first one is a door. I like to make it a 5x5 ultimately for the Atom Smasher, or a 5x3. So at least 5 long. So it's and that will then be what we then draw them into.
Okay. So this is the Atom Smasher room.
Yeah, for the undead. For when the undead come, we can then draw them in by using door systems to draw them into the fortress, and then stop them all the time. So also it will need to be raising sort of like towards where you just put that next doorway location.
Right.
So that be raising up that way. So that's fine where that was. You can put it in the middle if you wanted to, or I tend to just pop them in the middle. So that's that will be okay. All right.
Would I have been better off bringing the Atom Smasher up like that, maybe?
That's how I do it, but I think as long as we end up with an area for the Atom Smasher. Now, what we don't want to be doing here is actually digging that out.
Okay.
Because so we just want to have the one channel that runs all the way through the middle.
Yep.
So we just just leave. You can leave it as markers. Mm-hmm. And just those outside bits, that's it. Yep. So that's for the future. Great. Or at least we know where the doors and the Atom Smash will then be. Yeah. And then we just create, I often just create like a 3x3 corridor at that point that sort of leads, three wide corridor, and then go a fair way down, because quite often this is where the undead will break into. And I tend to use this as my initial storage area anyway, so I tend to go a fair way in. And
Okay.
this is not the entrance just yet, but this is where we're going to be setting up for the first bit. That looks good. And then I make a fairly large storage room off to the side of that.
Through a doorway or just a big open
Yeah.
space part of the corridor?
I tend to do it through like another doorway, and just a fairly large one. You could probably even need larger than that actually, because
Okay.
all the stuff from up top is going to have to come into this area,
Yep.
and
Then
then
say
just
a
a
door
doorway off to the
nearby?
side.
Like that?
Yep. And that way we can just get established, and that's pretty much initially what we have. We have to try to get this established while the military get going, and then as soon as we get into that 3 wide corridor, we create a stockpile
And we
to then start to bring the things in, and then we just expand the stockpile as the miners do their work.
Cool.
All right. Well,
All right.
fingers crossed, nothing actually comes. So I don't think we've missed anything. The animals are a problem. What have we got? 2 yaks. Damn it, they're really
Yeah.
strong.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Yeah, so we don't want them succumbing to the undead. So we'll need to get them inside pretty quickly as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're going to starve, of course. So,
But at least we can wall them in or something so they don't come back to life and bother us.
yeah, that would be one way to do it. Yep. So that would be that would be a good way actually. I think let's see what happens.
Okay. Right, so unpause and see what happens.
Yep. Right. See how now all the military. Let's have a quick look at the military.
Sure.
Just pause again and just open up the military tab and open up the units. Just click on the actual characters.
Oh.
That's looking good. So that looks like they've already got they're getting all of their equipment.
Yeah.
It's only Litas that actually is having trouble at this stage, just putting but everyone else has done it. That's just fantastic. Okay. This is great. So we're actually in a very, very strong position. Quite often you don't get to this position before you get attacked. So
Yeah.
that's a really, really good start.
Okay, we've got an ogress corpse and a raven corpse on the map. Oh dear.
Oh dear, that's a problem. Where is that? Oh boy.
Just walked
just
on
coming
the
off
edge.
side. Now this will be 3 times as strong as a normal ogress.
Yeah.
So we won't know if this is I don't know if ogres are door smashers or not. And if it is, that's going to be a problem. The other ones that were there, were they just ravens or giant ravens?
They were just ravens.
Oh, cool. Okay,
I
that's
think.
good.
Yeah. Just ordinary raven corpses.
Okay, all of our dwarfs can handle them, but the ogre they can't handle.
Yeah.
So now we have to pretty much just go down and just hang on.
They've hit
We're in
water.
aquifer already. All right. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, that's not what we wanted to see.
No, indeed. Do we go one layer up?
Yeah, I think we do. I think we're going to have to.
Okay.
So same pattern.
Yep.
Actually, that ogre is going to really present a problem. I
Indeed.
don't know what we're going to do with that.
But Ledge Kindred points out that door smashers are bugged right now. As long as you lock the door, they can't actually get through.
Actually, I've noticed that too. The Forgotten Beasts can't break their way through. In that case, let's still plan for the future with this, but we'll get that door established as soon as we possibly can. Now, what you may want to do here actually is get the because we've got
I've got
logs.
the ramp down as well. Yeah.
Yeah, why don't we actually make a little 3x3 area straight away as soon as you come in through it, where that door is going to be, that first door is going to be. So we take a little bit of where the Atom Smasher is going to be and actually allow that to be a carpenter's workshop.
Sure. And I've got a downward slope there. That's going to
fill up.
flood. Yeah. So we might want to come off this side of
Yeah,
this.
okay. Yep. That sounds like a good idea. It's funny, there's always things that you forget when you do this.
Okay, so we'll come to the south.
Oh, hang on. When we bring the ultimately bring the ramp down, that'll still be okay. We can still make it 3 wide the other way
Yeah.
and then deal with it. That's okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. We can deal with this later.
Yes. We've got ogres to worry about now.
Indeed. Okay, so we're thinking put a workshop there.
Yes, but still, that will ultimately still be the where
Part
we
of
end
the
up with
Atom Smasher room.
the Atom Smasher. Yep. So
Yeah.
we'll make that
So
a temporary.
oops, if I just paint in the 5x5 and then just get them digging out that bit, yeah?
That sounds good, and that way, hopefully, we can get a door built before they come in. Then we've got door, and then we open up into corridor. Now, we don't need to make it 3 wide if you don't normally make them 3 wide. I don't know what your aesthetics are.
I always do either a 2 or a 3 wide, depending on whether I'm going with an odd or even numbers of stairs and things.
Okay. Yep. I'm not fussed either way, because now that we've got we've allocated space for that carpenter's workshop, we don't need to build any more workshops in that corridor. So that's no longer important to us.
Ah, right. Okay.
Okay, and so it really is now just a matter of getting them working, and hope like hell that the ogre doesn't wander our way. They sometimes don't come straight at you, so fingers crossed. Wow, that was pretty high up to the top there. That area. There we go. They can both now work in this area, which is good.
Yeah. So we're very close to the surface, aren't we?
Very quickly get the workshop.
Carpenter's workshop. And out of the wood blocks or the sandstone blocks, any preference?
Either one. They're both the same distance away, so I think they're both the same speed to get there. And as soon as we get past here, I would start to make the actual area now for the. Oh, sorry. Another thing we haven't done is if you just pause again.
Yeah.
With the miners, we really want to have both miners dedicated to mining initially.
Yeah.
So at least one of them anyway.
We've got someone fishing. Do we really want someone fishing?
Oh, no. And we don't want them wood chopping either. So,
yeah, indeed.
Yeah. So we'll turn off the wood cutters as well. Although, to be honest, if we leave DasTactic with the axe, at least she will have the axe the whole time. So maybe we leave her as a woodcutter.
Okay.
Because she's picked up that 3rd axe, which is quite useful actually. So that could be a good thing for us. By the look of the models for the actual military, they're all decked out and ready to go, which is fantastic.
Yeah,
I don't think they're going to be able to handle an ogre. But we'll see how we go.
For our miners, we want to say mine only. Is that right?
Well, at least maybe just one of them, because the most important thing is to start to bring things in from outside.
Yeah.
And so if you now just go back to the so have one of them dedicated, and then the other one can just sort of do what they do. So that looks good. And just start building now the stockpile, the all stockpile in that corridor, and we just have to keep on growing it.
Yeah.
And
okay, what do we want in here?
Pretty much everything.
Everything except corpses and refuse?
Anything at all at this stage, except for stone. Stone's the only thing we don't really want.
No stone.
Yep. So that way, and we need to just keep on making this as big as we possibly can in the areas that they're mining.
Yeah.
So you can go into the corridors and all sorts of different things.
Yeah. It's like if we've got a space,
we take it. And should we have a look and see where that ogre is?
Oh, there's a whole load of ravens. Okay, well, it's coming. It appears to be coming towards us, but it's moving slow. Look at the size of that
That's
tree.
good for us. It may not. Yeah, it may not be aware of us yet, and so this is where, let's just say that we had started on a biome that was that was like a haunted biome like this, but we had one edge that was like a normal biome. Any animals that came in from that side would not be undead.
Yeah.
But whichever angles they come in on, that's like we're surrounded by death biomes or reanimating biomes. So everything that's going to come in will be undead, which is fun. So yeah, it's still a fair bit of distance, isn't there? Oh, we've got the carpenter's workshop.
Yep.
Okay, so pause again.
Don't worry, I'm hitting pause automatically. Yeah.
And we need to urgently get at least one door and possibly two doors.
Okay.
So it's just a wooden door. And before you, if you do another one, but just click that exclamation mark as well, just to force them to do it urgently.
Yeah.
And if we can get that done, we should be okay. Now, if the ogre is far enough away, actually, we're going to have to just keep on managing the size of this as well, the size of the stockpile. If the ogre is far enough away, we may be able to even get our military to now join in and help bring stuff inside. But we're going to have to monitor the ogre if that's the case.
Yeah. Okay. So if I tell the military to cancel their orders?
Let's just watch it for a little while. We've got station at the moment, which is at least they're all together. It hasn't moved much, has it?
No. I've noticed that the corpses do move quite slow.
Until they get close to something that they want.
Yeah, and then they'll kind of launch themselves.
Yeah, then they really go fast.
Yeah.
I think we can tell if we grab the Copper Celebrations, the group, and we can just put them back to no. That way they'll help. And I guess we almost have to just flick back and forwards between this guy or this female ogre and the actual and making sure that we're getting enough space.
Yep. Let's expand the stockpiles into the little gaps.
Yep. And we've just watched that ogre again, potentially just for a little while, until we get a door built. It really isn't moving, is it? It hasn't really sensed us yet.
Not yet.
It's looking for blood. It's looking for to kill something. Like that's that little heart symbol, I think.
Oh, I thought that meant it was injured.
No, if you have a look at that one, maybe it's. I've sensed. I think that it's sort of like it's almost like a groaning thing, undead groaning stuff, because there shouldn't be any unless it is there. You may be right. Maybe it's the rotting of their flesh. I always assumed it was that they're looking for flesh, but you might be right. It may be that they're injured.
Because we get the same symbol when you've got a live person injured. So I always assumed that was an indication that they were injured.
Actually, I think you might be right. That makes perfect sense.
Not that
I love the graphics in this. It's just such a great addition, isn't it?
Indeed.
It's I really wasn't expecting this version of Dwarf Fortress to be as good as it is. Like it's just exceptional. It was such a incredible, pleasant surprise with what's actually was done because it's so complex.
Indeed. Do we want to get the yaks downstairs before the ogre kills it?
The what? Sorry, the
yak.
Yes, we do. Yeah, that's a good idea. Actually, I'm glad that you suggested that, and we should also make the. So we should make a small, just a small area, a small zone for the pen and pastures, and also the meeting room as well.
Okay.
Yep, great idea.
Right, get the yaks down. We can deal with them later. And meeting room. That's your meeting room now. Have you made any doors yet? They're working on it.
They're slow. This is where it's a bit of a rub between, do you make them a competent carpenter, which you won't need very much, just to get past this phase of it, or not? Luckily, the ogre hasn't moved much.
Oh no, moving away.
It really hasn't found us yet,
No.
but it is a massive threat. Actually, yeah, people are in the chat are saying yes, it is. It means that they are injured. So
Aha.
it's the rotting away. Yep. So there's confirmation. I love having the wisdom of the chat sort of chiming in with that. It's so handy.
And yet, Chet was saying, do we want to remove corpses and refuse from this stockpile so that we don't go bringing corpses and refuse in from outside? Do you do any changes to your standing orders, by the way?
Yeah, we don't want to be going and getting anything from outside at this stage. And we don't want to be grabbing corpses. But I mean, by the time anything comes back to life, I don't think we'll need to worry too much about it. To be honest, I think that it's hard because you've got a bit of time. So yeah, workers, we do want them to get refuse ultimately, but not yet.
Just not yet.
Ignoring outdoor is fine because when they're inside, we are going to have to deal with that. We're going to have atom smashers to deal with them. So, or at least have an area where we can dump it and where it can't get back out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dump your garbage somewhere where it can't get back up. Indeed.
Yeah. We'll get established first, and then we'll figure that one out.
That out. Have you ever had a weapon come back to life?
No. Have you?
Yes. Well,
really?
It wasn't me. I was watching well, there was a couple of us all sharing the same save file, and we were testing out why it was that when depended on which version of Windows you were running, changed whether the particular save file that we were sharing put you in a wilderness biome or a haunted biome. And my streamer buddy, Gary the Gammarid, for those who know him, when he played it on his work laptop, it came as a haunted biome. And his axe came back to life and killed his woodcutter.
That's so hilarious.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah. Reanimating weapons. I was watching it as it happened as well. It was like, no way. No. Get back into those combat logs again. That doesn't happen. And it does.
Gosh, I've never heard that. That's crazy.
Yeah. It was bizarre.
It's just it's so rich and deep, isn't it? This game? It's just incredible.
Right, they've got stockpile space. Let's keep an eye on the ogress.
It hasn't moved much, but it's as soon as we turn our backs on it.
Yeah, indeed.
It's going to be right there. Have we got a door yet that we can?
No, I just checked that. I haven't unpaused since checking.
Snow-covered oats. There we go. He's having his porridge, his frozen porridge, or her. She is.
Right, let's go check back over. You know, we've got hotkeys for this. Okay, we can expand the stockpile down a bit further.
I think just balance-wise, I think that having that other miner bringing stuff in is actually more valuable than mining at this stage.
We've got the 2 doors, so we can install those.
Now, one of them has been designated to be put into the stockpile, so we've only got one. Yeah, so we'll throw it in there.
Yeah.
Yep, and that will be the urgent one. There we go. Oh no. Now, that may have been interrupted when they were walking through that door. We didn't get a warning, did we? That it's there we go.
Yeah, they're getting to it. Let's keep an eye. What's going on upstairs?
There it is.
Okay, you're down there. We should make sure this is the only threat we've got at the moment. Yep. Ogress and raven corpses.
It's really, the raven corpses could also scatter our dwarves, so we have to be a bit careful of those. because then they could end up running towards the ogre. Oh, here we've got a weather event.
A cloud of nefarious smoke has drifted nearby.
Better watch that because we don't want to be near that. We don't know what that's going to do. Okay, so that's wandering in as well. So that's another threat that we now have to deal with outside.
Yeah.
It may do nothing.
It may do something small. It may
do.
It may be catastrophic. We don't know yet.
Yeah, we don't know. We didn't bring any turkeys or chickens or anything to test it.
Okay, let's expand that over there.
Yeah, that's good.
What we can do to get them to drop this other door, because I don't know about you, but
Yeah.
I'm not bothered about getting them to haul it to the stockpile.
I agree with you. Yeah, yeah.
Just forbid it and unforbid it, and then say, yeah, that goes there.
Now, if this was like if it wasn't bugged at the moment with the with them being door smashers, we'd be in a lot of trouble. Ultimately, we'd have to very urgently get a drawbridge built as well.
Yeah.
Even if it was just temporary. Where we are, because the aquifer's stopping us from going and doing that U-turn one that you were mentioning.
Okay. Right. They've got plenty of stockpile space to work with, so I'll keep an eye on what's going on in the surface.
Yeah, with that cloud now, because that cloud's going to move around as well.
Yep, it's moving towards us.
It is actually. Look at that.
And quite rapidly.
If people haven't seen these sort of weather events before, what these can have all sorts of random things that they can do. So we've really got to make sure that we don't have them come anywhere near where we are, because we don't know what. Eventually, one of us is going to get caught in it, and then we'll find out what it does.
Yeah.
It can create undead immediately. It can do all sorts of weird and wonderful. That's actually really getting close now.
It is indeed. Do I want to build a snowman? Not today, thanks. So, what do we do? Do we lock the dwarfs underground while that smoke
I think
passes?
there's still a lot of stuff outside. Maybe just let them go. Like, how far away are the ravens? Because if the ravens scare them now into this scary stuff, that's going to get pretty bad.
Yeah.
If the ravens get close to where we are,
Let's just see if
that
there's
could be a disaster.
any in the... They're not in the sky above us.
Yeah, so they're probably just flying around the periphery somewhere. They tend to be in flocks, so maybe if we find one, we'll find all of them.
Okay,
They've
so...
got it on the edge of the map.
Yeah.
In the bottom corner there, actually. That's interesting.
I think
they may be flying off the map.
I think there was 2 flocks. Let's have a look at some of the later ones. Oh no, they're all around in that southeast corner there. So it looks like our main concern at the moment is the smoke cloud.
Yeah, yep. So the ravens shouldn't worry us too much. I think we've still got a bit of time, but it's up to you.
Yeah.
That's your fortress.
There's the smoke cloud here. I don't know whether or not you can see that, but it's
yeah, I can see that. Yep.
very close to us.
It is close, isn't it? And it is coming directly towards us. So maybe we do go in and have a look and just sort of see how we're going. The more stuff we can bring in.
What's that?
We've got a lot of stuff inside, haven't we? But they don't get affected by this, do they? The pests, the rodents, what they're called.
Oh, of course, that water won't come higher, will it? Because it's it can't come higher than the aquifer.
No, but what about where's the doors gone?
Yeah, dwarfs. Where's these doors? You've put them in the stockpile, you fools.
Oh, you know what it was? The other one was I thought I
they've
thought it was
installed
actually
one. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, at least we got one. That's good.
Yeah, I unforbid the wrong one.
That's funny.
Okay, we'll expand the stockpile there. Well, at least we've got one door in.
Yeah, that's enough. That's hopefully that's enough. So
That
let's just
will prevent some death.
Oh, gee, that's building up, isn't it?
It really is.
You feel safer to bring them underground now?
I'm just looking to see if it's actually... See, it's moving forwards and then shrinking back a little. It's moving up to the
northeast, isn't it? Hmm. Prevailing weather. Sometimes I find even when you do a meeting area, they'll still hover around the wagon. So often you've got to actually also remove the wagon as well.
Yeah, deconstruct the wagon. Let's get the wagon deconstructed.
Yep. And it looks like we're safe enough. That cloud is, that fog is just wandering off to the other side. And the ogre, I'm guessing, is still a fair way away. Yeah, it's come closer, but not much.
Yeah, not significantly. I wish that smoke was a little bit more clear to see.
Yeah, because that's not smoke there, is it? It's now moved off.
There's some smoke there.
And we don't know. It could be just nothing. It could just give him a bad mood or something. We just don't know.
Yeah. I think
Let's pretend that's what it does.
I think we're good to leave it running for a while.
Yeah, it's so important we get as much in as possible because once the outside becomes too dangerous, it's very hard to reopen it. And so if we can manage it somehow, it'll be good. They're not really wandering off away from that zone, which is good as well. Now, we could potentially chop down even like that tree that's really, really close if we wanted to test it. But in one sense, it's probably better to just we brought a fair bit of wood with us.
Yeah, I think keeping an eye on the okay, the smoke seems to have either dissipated or moved away.
Yeah, it looks like it's gone, doesn't it?
Oh, it's all to the north of us.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Nefarious smoke. That's what it's called, isn't it?
Yeah.
That could still swing around, I guess, but it's looks like it has sort of blown off away from where we are. It's hard to see, isn't it?
It is, especially again. Maybe it's because it's against the snow.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so the ogress is our main concern then.
Moving closer.
She's moved in a bit.
It's not hunting us yet.
Nope. Okay, we'll unpause. Okay, we fixed that one. Okay, she's just hanging around there. Right, let's have a look.
Good. We're starting to see the bottom of the wagon now.
Yeah.
Well done, Sal. I think we've done it.
Okay.
That's the first step.
And we've got the 2 doors in place as well.
Great. Oh, that's awesome. God, that's and like with that bug where they can't break open the doors, we'll use that today.
Indeed.
Now, if that bug wasn't here, I'd be urgently trying to now create
a drawbridge.
But also not just a drawbridge, but we have to then get mechanisms, and that means we need to get rock, and so we'd have to then break through the aquifer.
Yeah.
So, but there's no screaming rush to do that. We've got enough food and drink to last us for a fair while.
So I guess rather than distract them, leave the miner mining out that room and let everyone else still haul the stuff in? Because we never know when we're going to get the next evil rain or something.
Exactly, yeah. At the moment, the priority is to bring it all inside. And then the next challenge will then be to get food and all those sorts of things. But at least that's we don't have to worry about the undead for that. Oh wow, there we go. Gee, that's fantastic. I've had fortresses where I've had like 5 or 6 wagons full of stuff outside because we just can't get anything inside. There's another weather event.
There is. Let's see what that one is. It's snowing human frozen blood. That's not going to help their mood, but it's not going to burn their face off.
I think it's just an aesthetic. Yeah, I think it's just going to... that's how I would read that. I don't think it's going to be dangerous.
Okay, nothing else new and scary on the map.
Also, sometimes when it's frozen or goo, like when it's thick, it only is a very isolated area as well. So sometimes it's... I've found sometimes it's only just in like a treetop or something.
Yeah.
But if it's frozen blood, eventually when that thaws, it will then thaw into just blood on the ground. What are they doing outside there like that? That's weird.
Oh, he's destroying the wagon.
Oh, great. Yep.
Let's see where that ogre is. Oh, getting closer.
Hey, we've timed it well here. This is fantastic. And even if this fortress ends up being destroyed, we've already made a good headway now, and the next group that comes will be in a... Oh, wow, that's fantastic. Perfect timing. It's working very, very well.
Okay, one more bit of wood to bring in. I don't think they'll bring in the clothes because they are... Yeah, they belong to somebody. So unless we gave them a bedroom with a chest, they're not going to bring those clothes down.
Yeah, so I think we just we may even forbid them just so that they don't get tempted at any point in the future.
Yeah, sure. Forbid.
Okay, that's great. While we've still got a window, do we want to chop any wood at this point, do you think? Or should we just get focused on the next phase?
Let's see where that ogre is.
It is risky. Risky for a couple of reasons, because often dwarves will hurt themselves when they chop down trees.
Do you know, I haven't had a dwarf hurt by falling trees for a long, long time. Like years and years, yeah.
I've had it a couple of times with this version.
Something to watch out for is if you chop down multiple trees, then the logs from one tree can fall into the treetops of another tree, and they're hit by the logs that fall from the other tree.
Oh, okay, yep. I've had it happen with just one tree, though. It was quite strange. Huh. It was almost as if they chopped it the wrong way and it fell on top of them. I had one dwarf killed by it and have had others knocked out.
Should we go for that?
You don't want to have knocked out dwarves. But I think it'd be worth just getting a little bit more wood if we can. It just means we don't have to go into the bottom, because the undead biome extends all the way down through the whole map. So
yeah.
Even caverns as well.
Go on, we'll take the gamble at chopping down one tree. The ogre's
It's getting closer, isn't it?
There.
He's close.
It's close, but it's not moving.
Mm.
And the snow... that smoke that came through hasn't left any dangerous ash or anything.
Doesn't look like it, does it?
No.
Yeah, it's not. It hasn't sensed us yet.
No, I think we're good. Okay, trees down. Where are you going? No job. You really don't want to be stood outside doing that. Do we want to start them doing some more mining? Because that's a miner, so I presume
Yeah.
he's finished.
Also, what we should do now is define a burrow so that they can't get out of like, and we keep them locked in the burrow from this point forward.
Well, let them bring in the wood they've just chopped down.
Oh yes, yep.
Yeah, then put them in a burrow. Oh, that'll be the miner that's not allowed to do anything else. Do we?
Of course, yes.
Do we let him haul?
Yeah, I think while we're still bringing everything in, this has been fantastic to have been able to actually get stuff inside like this.
Oh, what's that?
Quite often you don't get to this point before you're locked in. Like there's half your stuff still outside.
Have you ever done the trick where you channel underneath the wagon?
No, what's that?
Okay, so this is... I've only done this once, and it did work, but I got one injured dwarf, but that was under the circumstances, that was not too bad. So you arrive with your wagon and get your military people into their gear. Meanwhile, you get everybody else to deconstruct the wagon. And you put a ramp or a staircase down underneath. But then what you do, the area where they... Let's just draw this a little bit away from there, I'll show you. Right, put it on blueprint mode. So supposing that the wagon is those 3 squares there. Yep. You put in a staircase to the edge going down. And then you channel out. You go down and then you dig out underneath 5 by 5. And then you go and channel around the top.
Oh, interesting.
And then you don't channel the bit where the wagon was. You make sure that you've deconstructed the wagon first, so all the stuff's lying on the floor. And then you just collapse the floor underneath the wagon, and it falls down into the pit, along with usually whichever minor dwarf has done the last piece of channeling.
Yeah. Wow,
so your wagon is there, and it's these 9 tiles that are going to collapse. You just got to make sure that none of your dwarfs are stood in this 5 by 5 area. So you set them up with a meeting area or a burrow or something just away from this. So it all collapses, and then you go and put down a floor over the top.
That's a great idea. That's very fast. That'd be great with these evil biomes.
I mean, we've done pretty good. We've got everything in within 2 weeks anyway. I'm not sure that this would be that much faster.
Yeah. It's and then it's more security that we have to then sort of monitor. But yeah, we've done very well today. Actually, that's been fantastic. But having 2 miners, that you'd be able to do that one pretty quick.
It's a little bit of fiddling just to make sure that the dwarves don't go anywhere they're not supposed to.
Yeah, we sort of at almost that point now anyway, where we're going to need to start to put them in the burrow so that they don't get tempted to come back outside.
Yeah.
Although I guess we just lock the door really once we've got what we need out of here.
Yeah. Then we're going to have to deal with that aquifer next, aren't we?
Yep, that's the next thing. So we'll and I tend to try to, like, I think that you bend thing that you mentioned, I think if we do that after we get through the aquifer, that would be good. At this point, we've got a lot of flexibility into the way that we do things, so it'll be good.
I'm just going to have a quick look and see if that smoke is definitely gone. Because I've definitely taken my eye off it, and I'm not sure I would spot if it turned around. No, I don't see any more smoke.
Looks like it's gone, doesn't it? And that's still just the human blood warning, isn't it, that we've got in the top left there with the alert?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, there's a couple more bits of logs we'd like bringing in, and then that's it. The surface is dead to us.
Well, it's been good, but uneventful, I guess, in that sort of sense. But it's been it does raise attention a bit when you've got these sorts of things, these threats around you.
Yeah.
You do have to play on slow. This is good, actually, just getting that little bit of extra boost with the wood.
What's that? That's a cardinal. Yeah, that's fine. it's
Yeah, that was it.
it's just a vermin bird,
Oh,
so
okay,
not
yep,
an undead.
right. Yep. Did that ogre leave the map, or did it?
No, I think it's just wandered off or wandered in the other direction. Yes, still here.
Yeah, still hovering around. Okay,
Yeah, just
we've been
not.
lucky with that.
We have. I mean,
We've
it
been lucky with
is
that bug.
pretty close.
It is, yes.
Yeah, I think when the bug is fixed for building destroyers destroying buildings, I think there's going to be a few exciting moments on various people's maps. Right.
Be a lot of changes that'll happen. Like it's because it was sort of I didn't know about the bugs. I've been sort of trying to always mitigate forgotten beasts and things, and there's been a few
Yeah.
times where I've had doors that have been where they haven't been able to get through, and I've been thinking, oh, thank God they're not weak, not strong enough to get through it, but didn't realize it was a bug.
Someone's got the job. There we go.
That's it, I think, isn't it?
Yep, let's
So we
lock the
can,
door.
yep, good stuff. Okay, and
All right.
do we? So now I guess we just make our way through the aquifer.
Okay. Right. Do you want to talk me through how you would do that?
Yeah, so the aquifer that we've got that we actually accidentally went into, that's sand, isn't it? That was around that one.
It is, yeah.
So we can't smooth that. I don't think, can we?
No.
It says that,
So we'd have to brick the walls in.
yeah. So we do have some blocks, but it's going to be and until we actually get past the sand, that's going to be a little bit tricky.
It is.
So we might as well ditch all of that plan that we've got
Yeah.
there, clean all that up, and then we'll go to the back end of like at the other end of the corridor.
Mm-hmm.
And again, just in case the undead make their way through, I tend to put another doorway at the back, so not just to open it all the way up, so just a single doorway.
Yep.
And then into like a corridor area. Now, if we have to get through sand, I don't think we're going to be able to make a very wide staircase, so they will be a bit congested. So I think it's only going to be like a one wide staircase ultimately,
Okay.
unless you think a different way that we can get through. I tend to have like a little landing just in case we have to fight on the landing, but
Yeah,
so
sure. So a 1x1 staircase, but in a 3x3 area, maybe?
yeah, I think that would be good actually. That would work out well.
Okay. Do we want to, if we dig out a 3x3 area and then drop the staircase down here?
Yep.
How far down
Seems
do we
good.
want to draw the staircase at the moment? Or are we just
Let's
going to...
see. It'll stop anyway every time that there's until it
Sure.
doesn't stop. So I'd usually go down about 10 layers and see if that'll get me through to the bottom. But it's because it will every time we dig down, it will then stop.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be stop-start anyway. And then we're going to have to dig out the sides, box them in, and then continue on down to the next layer.
Sure. Do we want
We've only
to
got
do...
6.
We've only got 6 blocks, yeah.
Yeah.
Is
We've
there
got the
anything
logs.
that we want to do with this? Like maybe bring the stockpile inside? Get the other
Yeah,
dwarfs?
that's a good idea. Yeah, while we've got no other work to do.
Yeah. Okay, go haul that stuff in. Do we want to get the carpenter's workshop out of here as well?
Do we need it for anything? Is there anything that we may need it for?
Some
like-
beds?
Yeah, beds would be the only thing we'd really be wanting. And while we're doing this work, we're going to need to get people constructing. So we don't want to have them doing too much stuff. But what else is there that we can do? Nothing much really. It's only beds, really, isn't it? We only need a couple of those. So, Yeah, and they're not really that urgent at this point in time. We're going to have to do something with those animals as well. Like it's early spring still, but
Yeah, we're going to
we've
need
only got
to
a few more
wall
months.
them in somewhere, aren't we?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Actually, I've never done that. I've always got my military around a butcher's shop, but I've never thought of actually just putting them in a room on their own. Now, do we want to put it somewhere right away from the fortress? Like, as in, actually, no, I think where you've got it there, that was where you sort of got the cursor. That does look good, actually, doesn't it?
Yeah, what I'd
I
do
mean,
is
this is
just dig out a little corridor like that, and so then I've got a 1x2 area to
okay.
put
Yeah,
them down there. And then I'd wall in this back area and just leave them there.
oh, it's gonna be funny. I hope we're watching that bit when they actually come back. It would almost be fun to just channel one layer up as well and put a door there for future, just in case we get invaded and we can then release them into
That's
the
that's
into
a
the atom smasher.
good idea. So if so like have the yaks so they can come on into the atom smasher area. I was thinking channel up to the surface.
It's yeah. Well, if we do it into the atom smasher, we can also just kill them off as well at that point.
Yeah, if we need to.
So it gives us a bit of flexibility. Not that we need to dig the whole thing, but it's just yeah, that would ultimately be
I guess it's something that we would need to do before they die. Well,
no, not really. If you put a
if we
door
get the
that
door
where you've
in,
got the cursor,
we can
yeah,
go
we don't need
behind
to
it.
channel
Yeah.
anything else. And then we just, as I say, box it in with the other bits.
Mm.
So we still, yeah, just need that one for the door. That's good. That'll be
That
good.
means we're going to need 2 doors as well.
Yeah, actually, that's true. Yep.
Okay.
Sounds good. Do you run DF hack on yours at all, or
I'm not doing it at the moment. I always have in the past.
Yep. Yeah, I've been impressed with how quickly the whole modding community has sort of been able to sort of work through with what they've been doing.
Indeed.
Mm. Yeah, we're going to have the aquifer coming straight
We
through.
are.
Yep, so that's now gone.
So if we dig the staircase back down and say, no, do it.
Have you also found that sometimes in sand the staircase will actually collapse?
Oh, I've not had a collapsing staircase.
You only need a cross rather than you don't need the diagonals for this one. So just so that way we save a bit more material. Yeah, I've had it. I don't know if it was user error, like where I've actually screwed something up, and but that was something that was. I just noticed that at different times the sand staircases would just disappear.
Oh. Yeah, no, I've not had that. Okay, so we want to box this in with the sandstone blocks?
I think so. It'd be interesting to see how far what's underneath this one actually,
Sure.
as to what we've got next as well.
Yep, keep
I always
building.
wish that was on by default. The keep building. I've very rarely just ever build one thing. There's no default for that, is there?
The keep on building
We-
the... Oh, I
Yeah.
see what you mean. Yeah. Well, if we did use closest...
Oh
no,
yeah,
there
yeah.
not Yeah.
That's-
We can't say
I
just
mean, I
keep
don't
on
know
using the
materials,
blocks. Yeah.
just a tick box. It's sort of it's only a minor thing, but
I think we are back into another aquifer
we're
here.
into sandstone. Well, that's good. Great. Okay, so now we can just smooth the walls.
Oh, yeah, of course.
But it's only going to be one wide. when we do this. So it's only going to be a very narrow corridor, but I guess we're not going to be up here much anyway once we break through all of this.
Yeah, we've got to get below the aquifer layers because it'll leak through the roof as well, won't it?
Right, yeah.
Because we're not
So we
hollowing
can't-
out the whole thing. It looks like we've got aquifer below still.
Yeah, yep. I've found that in this version, the aquifers are a lot thicker than they used to be. Have you found that?
I've been avoiding aquifers at the moment. With aquifers,
okay.
I tend to choose to play with aquifers when I fancy doing an aquifer build.
Yep.
Because I'll use aquifers for devices, but I've been doing a lot of coaching, a lot of tutorial stuff recently. So
Okay, yep.
yeah, I've been telling people to avoid aquifers.
We're going to need them because we're going to need the
Yeah.
the farming. So for us, we're going to have to make use of them
Indeed.
this run.
Should I get my minor dwarf just mining again?
It's sort of one of those catch-22s, isn't it? Really, like if depending on the rate, that they can smooth these walls. I tend to just do it one layer at a time, just so we don't end up with a lot of. And then if it fills up to beyond 2, I then rush down and just channel as far down as I can, and use that as a drain. But
the aquifer's going deeper still.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fairly long one. I would think.
Yeah.
I would imagine that we've got at least sort of like 6 or 7 layers of it. Just going to fill up my water. Just give me 1 second. There, back again. Comments from people are just saying I used to be scared of aquifers, but the light ones were really tame.
Yeah.
Plenty of time to wall them off. Yeah, there is. It's funny though, like they don't absorb water, and I thought they did. So you learn that the hard way.
Indeed. Right, we're going to need to cut down through some more.
Yeah, this is going to be rinse and repeat for quite some time, I think.
Indeed. As long as
we've only got one.
As long as we don't hit the caverns.
Yeah.
Observer says I used to play with aquifers when they produced water like a fire hose. Yeah.
Well, they still got them in the game, and they do absorb the water, so they are still useful as well.
Oh, the heavy aquifers still absorb water. Uh-huh.
Yeah. I didn't realise that until very recently. Actually, I thought all aquifers absorb water, but then I couldn't figure out why my pump stacks, pumping out stuff, weren't actually. I couldn't get rid of the water. It was just creating a big mess everywhere. And then when I looked into it, it was in the wiki actually, and the wiki had sort of said like it's only heavy aquifers that absorb the water.
Ah. Okay, we're still hitting aquifer below. I'll hold off digging down any more until we've got all of this smooth, because we've got a little bit of smoothing still queued up.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Yeah, it's sort of managing that water depth that they're working in as well, isn't it, really? It's sort of like a bit of a... It's 2 now, isn't it?
It is.
So, okay. It's getting uncomfortable for them. They'll still work at 3, won't they? But they won't work beyond 3.
Yeah, they won't build in 2. But they'll... They'll still work up to 3, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go down. Yeah, so we've got aquifer below, but at least we've got all of our smoothers ready to come and jump in. pause that.
Still got.
And
Is that still yeah, still sandstone. Wow. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna
yeah.
be thick, I think. I think if we go much further, we may have to make a bit of a run for it with the miner to get it just down, see how far we've got, and then just let it try to drain off into a room somewhere. We're going to
Yeah.
ultimately need to get a damp room anyway for farming.
Okay. I can't see the water level because of the rock there. It's still only 2 of 7.
Okay, I think we're still safe. I think when we hit 3, we better charge down.
Yeah, and tell him to go dig
That
us
was
out
the bottom
a room.
layer, wasn't it? Oh, they're through. Cool. So if we go back up, we're still gonna have to smooth that layer above. Were we through there? Oh no, sorry, I was 1Z layer out, so forget what I just said.
Yeah, no worries. We'll get that one smoothed as well. Oh, but they haven't cancelled the layer below, so I think we are through it now.
I think we are through, yeah. And so we need to reset all of that because I think I think the top one was a bottom. Was it an up down or was that just a downstair that we've got?
That was.
Sorry, an upstairs.
It's just an upstairs. Do we want to take that down further?
Yeah, we need to go at least one more layer down below that.
Yeah.
And in fact, if we do that U-bend trick, we'll probably need to go down 2 layers below that.
Yeah.
And just hope that we don't hit the hit anything.
Yeah, any caverns. Okay, so if we dig on this layer, we know that the ceiling above will leak.
Yep.
So that means that we need to come back up to this layer. So let's say that we are going to come back up to here. That means we need to take this staircase down to there. And that'd be our U-bend there.
Yep, sounds good.
Okay, as long as we don't hit the caverns, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, we can control the aquifer flooding a room for us.
Yep. We'd start to sort of harvest the water, make use of it.
Let me just make sure I definitely connected that staircase correctly. So from there to there. Just because I don't see him. Hang on a second.
Oh, it's dangerous.
Indeed. Right, from the top down to the bottom. Yeah, I'm not sure that's... Sometimes it's wise to just do the whole thing from the top to the bottom again, I found.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It's particularly when you only got one wide, because then you really are in a race against time as well, aren't you?
Yeah.
So it's sort of you can't, if you make a mistake with it, that all looks good.
There we go. So they're doing us an up-down stair there.
Yeah. And they're still smoothing all that out as well, aren't they?
There. Yeah. Dwarfs. Oh no, they have hit. They've hit more below. That's the problem.
What's the layer that doesn't have the aquifer in the middle there? So sandstone up to there. That's all still sandstone.
That's damp sandstone. I thought they hadn't. I thought they'd gotten rid of the aquifer here, but no, they have found some.
No,
Okay.
Okay, so we're still going.
Yeah, we're still going. Right, I'm gonna paste it in from the top again. Or draw it back in from the top again. Right, that means that we need to go down at least one further.
Sandstone tends to be fairly thick as well. Like it's often quite a fair few layers. Fingers crossed that you're getting towards the end of it.
Indeed. Oh, looks like they're digging through.
I think they're through, yeah. Like it's going to get damp anyway, but they're going to keep on going. Oh, here we go. Great, rock salt.
Yeah.
Yep, so we're out of it.
Okay, so we need to go one below this level. Because the roof of this level will leak. So we want the... So this is the leaky level?
Yeah, that's the leaking one
and
above.
That's leaking from above. So this is... Hang on, it's telling us that it's still damp.
Oh, that's okay. That's just the water dripping down on top of it.
Okay, yeah.
But the fact that the miners still kept on assessing it means that it's actually should be okay.
So that's where we're going to have the U-bend, we think.
Unless there's 2 layers of aquifer, that's the only other potential problem.
So
or 2 aquifer.
This is... that's damp because of the water that's come down, not because it was...
Yeah, my assumption would be
damp?
that's... I mean, for safety, you could smooth it, but it tends to always be damp just because of what's dripping down from above.
Yeah.
So it's as long as they can mine through it, as long as it doesn't stop them mining, then we're okay.
I'm not sure. I think it might have stopped us from mining. We've got a level 3 depth of water now. Do we want to just expand out and give it a room to drain into?
Is that one layer down below the aquifer?
We think so, but not really sure.
No, the layer above is the sandstone.
Yeah. We don't want it leaking through the roof, do we?
We have to get through this layer, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Now, actually, one thing we can do is we can actually, because we've smoothed the rock to the cardinal points around the sandstone layer, we can actually widen it that way. So we can actually widen it and put stairs underneath those cardinal points. This will also then tell us if it's an aquifer or not.
Indeed. Okay, so we're not going to do that bit there.
Yeah, it's not like standing in the 3, but...
Okay. So he is continuing to dig. So it looks like the damp rock was just because of the water coming down the staircase.
Yeah, so I think we can make that staircase that width now at that level. Like we can actually make it into a cross shape, like a plus.
Yeah.
If we wanted to, and actually have a bit of a wider staircase up until that stage. Not that it matters that much, but
it helps them moving around, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. So to explain what Sal's putting in there, if you're not used to the aquifers, the water is dripping down the rock wall from above, from where the aquifer is, and it's actually wet, making everything around it wet. So when Sal's actually trying to designate for mining, we're getting a warning like it's an aquifer. And so, in fact, that's a good example on that first sand layer. You can sort of see the designation goes a lot further out. But in this case, it looks like it would be aquifer, but it's actually not. So we're it's just a bit confusing
Yeah.
with the way that sort of does work.
So this
But
rock,
we're now safe.
this damp wall here is because it's an aquifer above, isn't it?
Yeah, that one's the aquifer above, so we can't dig out there. And so the reason we can dig to where we've just dug is because we've smoothed the rock
The rock
directly above it.
Mm-hmm.
So that whole block there is no longer aquifer.
I'm just wondering
And,
why this one's damp. Oh, because the
because
one
there is
above it's
aquifer.
damp. Yeah, there's aquifer.
Yep, it's still aquifer.
Oh, hang on.
And so we can't
can't
go
dig that.
anywhere where there's aquifer above. Yep.
Yeah. But we've smoothed the block above this one, so the ceiling there isn't leaking. But if we dug these, the ceiling above there would leak.
Yep. Yep. So it's it does your head in, doesn't it? Actually, with trying to figure out what's where and all that sort of
Indeed.
stuff. So we're no longer seeing the wet stone on the sides now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we got the water that came down with us, but doesn't seem to be getting deeper.
No, it's just those three, isn't it? It's just those first three that we had. And again, we're getting a little bit of splash that's now hit those other walls. That will then eventually all dry.
Yeah, and we can see this.
Sal, do you know what the depth is that water has to be before it won't evaporate anymore?
Ooh, I'm not
sure Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not sure whether
I don't know
it's
if it's
4
2
or
or 3 or
above
something.
yeah, 4.
Yeah.
Chat's saying
4, is it?
4. I think
Oh, okay. There we go.
4 sounds familiar to me as well.
Actually, we've got a 2.
Okay, right.
Right. So ultimately, this is now our safety point, isn't
Yeah.
it? Really.
So we're safe from this point inwards.
Yeah.
And as long as we don't connect to either this staircase here, if we keep this little staircase quarantined and we don't connect into that, we can do anything on this side. And building destroyers wouldn't be able to get up there. Do we want
That's
to...
not going to be changed when they fix that other
Nope.
bug.
Once
either.
they fix the bug, this will still be a safe staircase.
Right.
All we'd
Okay.
have to do is just lock the hatch covers and we're good.
Yeah. Okay. That's fantastic.
Yeah. Should we make this this corridor a little bit wider so that we can get everybody to haul everything this side of the will-be hatch covers?
Sounds good. Yeah, because we're not going to need the traffic really up to the other part. Now, the other thing with the animals, it's now mid-spring. Still got a bit of time, haven't we?
Yeah, you're right, but that's something where if we can get them locked into that corridor, the sooner the better. We've got the doors, we've got the place to put the yaks, so let's get them in there, I think. So we want door there, and we want to put the pen pasture into that space there. Move those 2 yaks over. The little animals zone over here, we can get rid of you now. Okay, and we'll get the others working on that. Okay, we've got some work for the miners to do, and yeah, this is starting to evaporate. So it gives us...
Yeah, so-
we've got time then to do a controlled flood of a room to give us a farming area.
Yeah. So I think we need to get the. It would be good to, like, just let's assume that the game is like doesn't have that bug with the lockable doors. So I'd be sort of probably going towards trying to get like a bit of a few workshops now down in this part of the fortress. Remove that carpenter's workshop and start maybe building the atom smasher at the top as well at some point.
Yeah.
Just so we can kill off any undead that aren't close to the top.
Indeed. So I would dig out a room over here. This is the other side of on the safe side of the will be hatch covers, and start getting a stone worker over here, getting those hatch covers made, moving all the stuff over. Does that sound right? Then getting the atom smashers built.
Yeah. Now, again, because we're in this evil biome, we've got to be thinking about what would happen if a dwarf has a mood and ends up like basically ends up going crazy and dying. And so I would tend to box in the workshops that they're likely to take over.
Yep.
So the crafts dwarfs, in particularly the stone worker, the carpenters, and so just have little rooms for them. I don't think anyone's ever taken over a mechanic's workshop, have they? Like I don't think that
a
one's
mechanic will. You can get artifact mechanics. Yeah. It's a mutable skill.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, there you go. I didn't know that. I've never come across that. This is.
They don't take over. Let's see, and I'll just do a big space for storage, and we'll bring our stores up. They don't take over the farmer's workshop. Any of the. It's the workshops that don't produce end goods. So.
Okay.
Things like a farmer's workshop doesn't produce an end good. And food isn't a mutable thing, so you brewer, you cook. But yeah, jewelers, crafts, metalworking, I've even had a dwarf insist on a siege workshop before now.
Really? Yeah, I've never had that.
Only had it
clothiers and
once.
stuff.
Yeah. Only had it the once. And that was because I had a migrant arrive who was the highest mutable skill was in producing siege equipment. They were a siege engineer. And so they wanted a siege engine workshop.
What's that stone that we've got near us there?
Looks like kaolinite. Yeah, kaolinite.
Yeah. We can use that for clay, can't we?
Yeah, that's porcelain. Indeed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, now they'll slow down now that they're working in rock.
Yeah.
But at least we've got no urgency anymore. This is we're in a good position now.
Yeah. We can keep our eyes on the animals being moved. Yep, right there in. Let's lock these doors. And they are no longer any concern to us now.
That's a really good idea, doing it that way. I've always just assumed I had to butcher them and then deal with it.
Deal with the bits that come back.
Yeah, because it affects everyone's mood as well. Like so.
Yeah.
You get a bit of a drop when you do butcher them and you're then dealing with them. And how are we going outside now? Have we still just got that one ogre, or is there?
Oh, the ogre's gone. Yeah, I've just got a bunch of raven corpses. We're doing pretty good. It's fairly quiet, I have to say.
It is, yeah, it is. I think if we had gone in with that first group, that would have been interesting. We would have had a lot of animals and a lot of weak dwarves.
Indeed. Okay, so let's have a think about what next. We could do it installing the beds. Shall I stick the beds down in the new area?
Yeah, I think we should avoid this top area as much as we can now.
Yeah.
Because like things can still eventually break through.
Mm-hmm.
Like if we leave a door open that we forgot about.
Yeah, so if I just stick these two beds down here, they'll get them moved down.
Yeah, maybe even just make a tiny little office somewhere in there as well for the bookkeeper.
I'll paint an office in the corner.
Okay.
Question
so there's a
chat.
question actually. Do you have any advice on how to mine?
Yeah.
You've got it there?
You take the question.
Oh, okay. What I would tend to do is, particularly like if you're on a cavern layer and you don't want to auto mine, because you've got auto mining, which you can just sort of do when you click on one and it will then start. There we go. So Sal's just clicked on the auto, and if you've got an ore and you click on it, it'll just mine it out. But if you go and designate a box around the area that you don't want them to go out beyond, or either that or like and do that as a marker, that way they won't actually mine into the marker zone. So you can actually create like a box in like on the outside as a border. So if you sort of then get rid of the stuff in the inside, and then if there was any ores inside that box and you auto mine from the inside of that box, they won't go into the marker.
Yes.
So that's one way of just stopping them from, like, particularly if you're on a cavern layer, you don't want them accidentally mining into the caverns, which I've done. That's a good question, that one.
I haven't done it for a while, but but we've all done it.
Yeah, we've all done it. I've done it recently. Had a forgotten beast wander in. I wondered where it was coming in from, and it was from an auto mining disaster.
And I'm sure I'll do it again.
Yeah, John Smith's saying I use a burrow. Yeah, burrow's another good way to do it. Just control it through burrows. But that way you don't have to. You can just mark an area, and then you know that they're not going to sort of then dig out into that other area.
Right. We'll pick up the carpenter's workshop. That'll give these guys something to do.
Yep.
And we're doing okay. It's mid-spring, and we're underground. We're secure. We're almost secure from future building destroyers as well. We've got the animals walled in.
Yep, it's no, we're certainly doing very, very well. We were very lucky with that ogre or that ogress. That could have been an absolute disaster. I don't think our 3 military dwarves would have been able to stop her.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been quite interesting.
Indeed. And of course, if she'd have killed all of our dwarfs, then we'd have been restarting, coming back with some more dwarfs. And then we'd have had dead dwarfs to deal with, as well as the ogress, who may or may not still be here.
Yeah, that's it. You don't know if they're still going to be hovering around, but you know for sure that your dead dwarves will still be there.
Yeah.
And it's only if the ogress has actually mangled the bodies too much that they won't come back. But other than that, you just don't know, which is quite fun. And then you've got all the animals that you brought with you as well. You've then got to contend with. And those 2 yaks would have been very, very difficult, again, even for a full military group to destroy.
Yeah, yaks are... I use yaks when I'm playing in adventure mode. Yaks can be your best soldiers.
Yeah, they're strong. And you times by 3 when they become undead, and it's they're unstoppable. Now, the theme of crypt lovers. Is there any opportunity we've actually missed at this point that we could actually use the theme, like with this porcelain? Is there anything? Is it? It's probably still too early.
Yeah, but the crypt lovers theme, I would imagine that we'd be making trade goods that were something like urns, like burial urns. So maybe our trade goods would be porcelain pots encrusted with gems or something.
That sounds like a good idea. That sounds like a great idea, actually, because that way we then are using this resource that we've just found as well.
Yeah.
and it's that would then bring it, and that would then make it so that we've got something a bit more difficult to contend with, actually, because we then need to find fuel. So we will have to crack into the caverns.
Indeed.
Well, unless we actually make use of the time now and quickly chop down a heap of wood, but it's when you do that everything starts to go south.
I'll put our stone workers in there. I'll use one of the last sandstone blocks, and then we can start making some more rock blocks.
Yeah.
Since
That
that's
sounds good.
the first one they've cut out.
We don't have much rock, do we? Actually, it's just all
No,
of
we've
this.
got the kaolinite. The kaolinite can be quite deep, large layers. Actually, I use because it's also a magma-safe material, so I often use that for my mechanisms. I've come across a lot of kaolinite in my recent fortresses.
So once in the in I think it's my current fortress has got a little bit of it, but not very much.
Oh, we got some
That's it.
lignite.
All the others haven't had it.
But we can get them making rock blocks out of the other rocks that we found around the place first, and we'll just save the kaolinite until we need it.
Yep.
Okay, put in a mechanics workshop here. We'll use the other sandstone block.
That's suggesting that we sell sarcophagi and tombs and things.
I think they're quite heavy, though, the coffins.
Yeah.
Compared to making pots.
I think pots is a great idea, actually, and it's sort of it's a nice theme with the porcelain.
Okay, we'll turn those rock salt blocks into blocks. We can use those blocks to build our other workshops then.
Yeah. And then we're going to have to try to get our farming established as well. And we're also going to have to try to find out where the caverns are.
Yeah.
So that'll be the next. In one sense, if we try to find the caverns, we may find water where we don't need to use the aquifer. But at least the aquifer's contained, and we know that there's not going to be any beasts that are going to come wandering out of the aquifer.
Indeed. Porcelain mugs? Can't recall if this is possible. Would they likely result in a greater value per production ratio?
Yeah.
Maybe, because you get more mugs out of one lump of rock. I'm not sure with porcelain, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure, actually. I haven't really ever done much with the whole clay system.
No, again, it's one of those things I don't usually bother with unless I'm specifically fancying doing a clay fortress.
Yeah. Which is sort of why having a theme is sometimes fun, because it sort of does push you into areas. Question there. Speaking of caverns, 2 embarks in a row have breached the caverns at level 30 or above. Is that normal? The map was a small region both times. It's not so much. It's more the height of your like if we started pretty high up in these hills that we're actually in. It's a flattish area that we're on, but it's actually still highish. So we're at elevation 24 now. I wouldn't be surprised if we find the caverns within a few of where we are. So no, that's actually level 30 can be. If you were on a low ground and hit and level 30 was like, if you were to start on say level 35 and you hit them at level 30 there, that would be unusual. But usually you've got at least like 10 or 15 layers at least before you sort of hit them. I don't know what the actual amount is, but I'd be thinking that from that, just answering that question, that's not unusual depending on how high you start. It's sort of like if you think of the way that the world is generated, it creates like almost like a heat map of, and I guess a good way of looking at that one, if you ever saw the old way that the game used to do volcanism, that sort of, you can sort of see where it's got like a heat map of how high the volcanism will sort of come in the different map across the whole map. And the layers are the same sort of thing, where they push it, it pushes it up. So you'll end up with higher caverns than in other zones, depending on these other sort of heat maps with the different sorts of. It's so intricate the way that the game is actually constructed. So yeah, so depending on, you'll probably find that if you do that, you'll probably have pretty high volcanism, I would guess, to push the layers up. It really does model real world, geology quite well, if that makes sense.
Actually, I've done the wrong one. Right, I want to say we want this stockpile to take from the stockpile upstairs. I normally when I've got a food stockpile and I'm moving food from one place to the other, I don't usually remove the origin stockpile until they've moved all of the food over.
Yeah, well, it's even handy leaving that even for the very, very end when you've just got empty cages for setting up cage traps and things. So,
True.
no, I agree with you. I think it's always handy to have it up the top there, and we could even just use that for our refuse until we actually find a way to deal with it.
That's a good idea, actually.
That way, it's on the other side of that U-bend.
Yeah, but I want this stockpile to give to the stockpile down below. So stockpile 2 wants to take. Select a stockpile to take from. That's that one. Okay. Right, so stockpile 2 is going to take from stockpile 1 until we've moved everything out of here.
Yep.
Then what I'll do with this one is I'll say we want nothing. You can keep food for the moment until you've moved it. Yeah, you can keep the refuse here, actually, because refuse is banned in the other one.
And the corpses too, just in case.
Yeah, true. Oops. Nope. Custom.
I do that
corpses,
all the time.
Yeah. Food is still allowed there. Refuse is allowed there. Okay, and then once they've moved the food over, I'd best make sure. Okay, yeah, you're giving to stockpile 2, so that's fine. Let's make sure this is still allowed to keep barrels. Yes, it is, because otherwise they won't move the barrels.
Yep.
They'll move stuff out of barrels if the stockpile that the barrel is in allows barrels.
Sorry, what was that? So you've got to keep the barrels in both stockpiles, do you?
Yeah, to get them to move it from one stockpile to another. If the stuff's in barrels, it's both stockpiles need to allow barrels. If you want them to move something out with bins, if you want to move a specific thing out of a bin, if the stockpile that the bin full of stuff is in, you can forbid. Let's say you've got a bin full of rings, and you want to move the rings to a stockpile that doesn't accept bins. What you would do is you would take your origin stockpile. You need to keep it allowing bins so that those bins remain functional. But you switch it so that the stockpile doesn't allow rings, but it still allows bins. So you can set it up so that it's a bin for coins or something. A coin stockpile that allows bins. So the bin's still usable by the dwarfs. And then you set up the stockpile for the bin contents that doesn't allow bins but does allow the bin contents. But yes, the origin stockpile where your bins are that you're trying to move the stuff out of has to allow bins for them to access the bins.
It's really interesting. I didn't know that. So it would be one of those things, I guess, if you accidentally had structured it the way you would look for hours to try to find the solution and not know what's going on, wouldn't you?
Because I sometimes like to handpick which weapons I want to melt or something like that. For my crafts, I like to give my dwarfs the opportunity to carry crafts to and from the trade depot, because it gives them the opportunity to acquire a thing. So the more people who are carrying those crafts backwards and forwards, the better.
Wow. Okay, that's a really clever way of helping them with their moods. It's my sort of go-to method with moods has been to just make them miners for a little while, because they tend to like it.
Yeah, they like it, and it's meaningful work. They learn a skill.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's just such an intricate game. It's not even. It's more a simulation, isn't it? Really,
it is. Yeah. It's like it's not something that you play. It's something you experience.
It's exactly right. It's like a story generator, which is why, like, it's min-maxing it, I think, sort of gets away from the I guess the fun of it for me. I really do enjoy just what the game presents. It's just amazing.
All right. I'm going to get some more beds made, because the beds are full and we've got people sleeping on the floor.
Yep.
So if I make another... let's see, we've got 2, so... Well, I suppose I should make 7. I would normally make 7.
Yeah. Yep. And you normally start making the bedroom straight away as well?
Bedrooms, I'll get round to bedrooms. As long as they're not sleeping on the cavern floor, then I've mitigated the worst of it.
Well, everyone's really happy. Like, I've been watching the happiness, and we've got somebody that's really getting really quite happy. I'm guessing that's probably one of the miners.
Probably, yeah. Speaking of the miners, we can get them cutting out the drawbridge area now.
Yeah, yep. Oh, there we go. Hunger symbols.
Yep.
On the yaks.
Oh, I've still got my blueprint on.
I got an auto.
Ah, that's why it wasn't doing it. Okay. I was like, what have I got switched on? Let's switch that off. There we go. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. We should see the yaks come back from the dead.
Yeah. As soon as they die. And because they're behind the door, they won't impact the rest of the fortress either.
Good job, yaks can't break down doors.
Yes.
So yes,
I mean, if they got out,
the yak doors are locked. Yeah, two undead yaks could ruin our dwarf's day.
Exactly. I think it'd be interesting to see what would happen with one dead yak against the 3 military dwarves. That would actually be fairly. That could be fairly interesting.
It could.
That would be.
I would suspect it would be a fair number of injuries, though. To be honest.
Yeah. Actually, you don't know when the arena date is coming. That's supposed to be this week, I think,
Yeah,
isn't
it is early this week. I'm not sure which day.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because you'd be able to put that into it, wouldn't you? You'd be able to. Oh, there we go. With just raining human blood now, so the upstairs maybe have a lot of red around somewhere.
Let's have a look on the surface. Oh, we've still got snow.
Yeah, still
There's
frozen.
probably somewhere around, because we've got different biomes in the area, haven't we? Do we?
If you click on the actual weather pattern, it often will take you to where it fell.
Tell us where.
So it's in the trees
Somewhere
there.
right in the corner, I think. Oh, that was snow in human blood. Rain in human blood. Where's that happening?
That's fairly central.
Ah, pool of human blood.
In the tree, is it?
Yep.
So it's just congealed onto the dead branches. Does anything fall into the actual ground? It's
No, it looks like it's got caught on the tree there. There's plenty of blood in that tree.
That's the only tree, isn't it? That's interesting.
No, there's some on that tree as well. We're not seeing the colour.
I think if it goes down to the grass, that's probably where we'd see it. If it started to, yeah, it's actually pretty just freezing.
Yeah.
No, it's not actually making it to the bottom, is it?
Not
It's just,
yet.
it's coming congealed.
Indeed. And what else do we have on the map now? Still just raven corpses.
Yeah, just those ravens.
Yeah. We've been really lucky.
Right. Really lucky, actually, yeah. It's surprising, actually. Just that one ogre.
Indeed. I think I'm going to set my F1 view to here now.
Yep.
And I'll set my F2 over to here. We are... That's our safe zone.
Yeah.
Or it will be once we get hatch covers down.
That's a really good idea, doing it that way. It's such a fail-safe, isn't it? And you can do that in multiple parts through your fortress as well, just to almost have like airlocks.
Yeah, I do it frequently. I will set up hatch covers when I'm digging down to the caverns. I'll set myself up a little, even if it's only a temporary staircase, and just put some hatch covers down. I'm doing a fortress at the moment. It's a tiny fortress on a 1x1 embark. So I had to acquire the land in the caverns because we don't have much land at all.
Okay, that's interesting.
And so I've got a central staircase that's going top to bottom. Anywhere it goes down to just above the magma sea from just below the surface. So I've got a U-bend leading in from the surface until I box the surface off. And yeah, so every time I've approached the cavern, I've approached the caverns from the side of my main staircase and just dropped a temporary staircase down with a hatch cover over the top. And the two hatch covers that I used on the top of the temporary staircase have followed me down to every cavern layer.
What a great idea! It's so fascinating, the different sorts of embarks you can get, isn't it? Really, with the game, it's
and the different approaches that we all have.
Yeah, it is. It's I'm enjoying actually even just watching your approach with even just this room. You know, like it's it's different than what I would do. You know, like it's good actually. I've noticed that with a lot everyone who plays it differently, which is quite interesting. Like you see a lot of people actually sort of end up with almost circular rooms as well, like which always look great.
Yeah. My current fortress, everything's octagonal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with this one, well, when I start a new fortress and there's a rush to get everything underground, then I will just put in a bunch of squares, and it's like, yep, we'll sort that out later. We'll make it pretty later.
Yeah.
Should we get down a crafts dwarf's workshop and start making mugs or something for them?
Yeah, I think so. Yep. That sounds good. I mean, when the urgency. Actually, one thing we are going to have to do is get the that water somehow. So we're probably going to have to either look for the caverns and see if there's any opportunity there, or to do something else, or to use the aquifer, so we can get the because we've got no real other opportunities to grow anything.
Okay, I'll make another hatch cover. Then we can use that one to go down to the caverns. Find out whether we've got water down in the caverns or not.
Yeah, yeah. There was a question earlier, actually, which I didn't address in the chat about whether we were worrying about or we were catering for the trade caravans which are coming. The answer to that is we've got a lot of time before they will come, and eventually, what we're doing up in the top of the fortress with that drawbridge, that will then be the safety network for that cavern. So we've got the 3 wide corridor that leads down into that top part of the fortress, so we can just end up with a trade network off near where the yaks are, probably. And that way, but we don't have to worry about that for another season and a half, really. So we've got a bit of time, at least another season. So it's not an urgent criteria for the fortress at this stage, but I guess getting food in that will eventually become what we need. So the plump helmets at the top, are they stored? They're stored in barrels, aren't they? So that's actually okay. They're not going to go off. Yep. I've got some raiders that have joined us from Taked. Welcome, guys.
Hey, Taked. I think Taked's joining me on a stream soon. I can't remember quite when.
Okay.
Oh, okay. It is quite nice to relax after having the panic about getting everything in quickly.
Yeah, we were quite lucky that ogre didn't wander in. That was really quite good.
I'm going to get my miner to come and cut that hole, because that will make this a lot quicker. Oops.
Yep.
No, that's not what I meant. That's what I meant.
So those yaks should die of starvation,
pretty soon.
In the next season. Are they just hungry, or are they actually now full on starving?
Just hungry at the moment.
Yep. They're licking the dirt. And that's the other thing. If we do crack the caverns, we could actually save them.
Maybe. I'm not sure why we'd want to save them, though.
Yeah, that's true. They're both bulls, aren't they? We don't even get milk from them.
No, one was female.
Oh, really?
So we've got a breeding pair of yaks.
Could have a stampeding undead of yaks eventually. It could be that we end up keeping like the breeding pair alive and ending up with as the other bulls sort of come in, we just put them into the little rooms like this. Leave them to it. It's looking good.
Okay, they're moving all of the stuff over to this side of the fortress now. Do we have the hatch covers? We've got 2 of them.
Yep.
So we want to put those... Oh, they must be moving them to a stockpile. Yeah, they're busy moving them.
Okay,
well,
yep.
I tell you what, how about you don't? We'll free those up, and now I can put them down. Will undead creatures fight other undead creatures? Usually not.
No, they don't. Actually, I'm not. The one thing I'm not sure about is if you got a necromancer's experiment, if that would actually, because they don't fight like if you have a vampire even in your fortress as part of your fortress, they won't go out of their way to attack them. But I think your vampire, you can order your vampire to attack the undead, but not it won't work the other way. So they almost sort of work with impunity, don't they? The vampires. There we go. So we've got a safe zone.
Yeah.
Have you had any luck with levers to lock doors and hatches? It's something I haven't really tried much.
Not recently. I've done it in the past, but I only ever by accident.
Okay, yeah.
It's so easy to like. There's not many things in a game that we've got control over, but that's one of them.
Yeah.
It's snowing human frozen blood again.
We're heading into summer, so we should end up. Hopefully, the snow will melt. And when it rains blood again, we'll should be able to see it on the ground. We'll start sticking to the dwarves if they go outside.
Indeed. Okay, we're making another hatch cover now. Right, where do we want to put our staircase down into the caverns?
Wherever you feel like it, actually. I think it's sort of one of those things, as long as it's safe. So.
All right, well, drop a staircase down in the corner here. Well, actually, there's some gems there. We might want those. We'll drop it down from the corner here.
Yep.
Right, I'll just take it down a couple for the moment because we want to get the hatch cover on it first.
Yeah, good point.
Okay, we got that. Now they're making it. It shouldn't take too long before we've got that other hatch cover then.
Yeah, it's designated, but no one's walked in there, have they? Actually, some of them are moving very, very slowly.
I think they're carrying rocks.
Oh, okay.
And
Yep,
plus
so
they'll be wearing their armour as well. Like, what are you doing? You're storing an item in a stockpile.
I'm wearing his boots. It's interesting.
Oh, yeah. What did you do with your
What
boots?
they've done with them. Because none of those were left up top.
No. Oh, unless the shoes on the surface are actually their boots.
Yeah, there is a bit of a bug with that at the moment with the game. Like, it's hard to get it to work properly.
Somewhere around here. Where was our entrance? Hang on.
It's up to the northeast, I think.
Just above here. Ah, here we go. No, just shoes there. Shoes there. Only shoes there.
Must have taken them off in the fortress, or someone else may be wearing them.
Yeah, maybe.
Looks like they're just individual, doesn't it? It doesn't look like they're...
It does look like they're just 3 individual boots. It doesn't look like they've come in pairs.
You're right. I thought when you actually left, you actually were leaving with pairs
I
rather
thought we
than
were as
rather than.
well.
I know that when they construct, they do the individuals, but it's
Yeah,
there we
he's
go.
just wearing one boot.
Oh no, that's funny.
And one gauntlet. No, I think that's changed. Because certainly if we make boots, if I say make one boots, they make one boot, they make a pair.
Yeah, yeah.
So when we buy them, we need to buy them in multiples.
That's funny. I didn't realise that. Yeah, because I assumed it because as I said, they make them in as you say, they make them in pairs, but they are individual items in the game. Oh well, there we are.
Sounds like a nickname for our militia commander, Half Boot, says Paul of Linton chat. Right, let's see if we've got that other hatch cover now. No, you're still working on it. Ah, right. She's moved away from the workshop, so we should have it now. Yep. Don't worry about putting it in the stockpile. We'll just come and put that hatch cover straight over there. And while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to switch that over to select material. Right, as soon as we got that hatch cover in place, we can dig down and go find the caverns.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we've got. Be interesting to see if there's anything undead down there. Quite funny actually when you go to the cavern layers, even though you've got a dead the reanimating biomes all the way around it, it still actually spawn live creatures as well. Unlike up above so much. And then of course they then fight each other and you end up with your undead hordes.
Yeah, hordes of them down there. Right, we're going to want the mechanic to make some some mechanisms so we can put the drawbridge in. Should we make a chair first and appoint a manager so we don't have to keep on queuing this stuff up?
It certainly makes it easier, doesn't it? And
make me a rock throne. I don't really care what you make it out of.
so just to explain what Sal's doing there, we're just going to make a little office in the corner and appoint one of the dwarves as a bookkeeper. And then what they will then go and do is sell manager. They'll basically then go across and or both probably really. That way the stocks will become accurate, and also the work orders can then be given to the various workshops, and we can then start to automate things a lot more easily.
I'm also going to tell them not to put bars and blocks, particularly rock blocks, in here because we're making rock blocks.
Yeah, this is going to fill up, isn't it?
Yeah. They can just leave those.
I'm just going to go and get a glass of water if that's okay,
Sure,
Sal.
of course.
It'll be a couple of minutes. Be one tick.
There was a bug in the first Steam version that amped up the aggressiveness of wild animals. Once they get agitated, it's like a constant siege. You lost your first fortress to it. Yeah, indeed. So it was... there's a setting in the code which makes particularly fish aggressive. And Toadie had switched it on for testing and had forgotten to switch it off again. Manager, bookkeeper don't need an office until the population hits 20. The manager can't assign work orders, though, unless they've got an office, can they? Let's test it. Okay, let's make somebody into a manager. Let's see. Not... Yeah, we can make one of our militia people. You're a manager. Okay. Now can I queue stuff up? Ah. Okay, rock mechanisms. Just make me 9 mechanisms and do it out of the kaolinite. Okay, I'll need to allow them to use the kaolinite. Yeah, fish with anger management issues, indeed. Always good to teach Sal something new. Every time I do a Kit Fox stream, we learn something new. Do undead siegers ever try to path into the fort, or do they always wander aimlessly? Oh no, they can path into the fortress indeed. I think we've probably got enough blocks now, at least for the moment. Let's switch you off. Hey, yeah, both Daz and I have been learning stuff indeed.
Yeah, actually, I'm just back now. I'm just reading that comment as well. Yeah, it's good actually. I love this. Again, we were talking before we started recording just what a collegial sort of community like games like Dwarf Fortress sort of attracts. It's just incredible.
Yeah.
Everyone sort of looks at what everyone else does, and it's enjoyable.
There we go. There's that last bed. Question in chat. You understand what the vermin catcher's shop does? You don't know why you'd want it? No, I don't know why you'd want it either.
No.
Okay, right.
It does keep keep the vermin down. Like if you didn't have cats, for example, like would this be an example where it may be useful in the stockpiles, the food stockpiles?
Daz, do you know the Dwarven sonar trick? We can.
Yes, actually, my chat actually told me that the other day. That's really clever, actually.
We can find out where the caverns are. I'll show chat in case they don't know how to use it. You need to go to an area where you can place down a farm plot. So for us, that's on the surface. There's nowhere else we can place a farm plot at the moment. Workshops, farming, farm plot. Okay, just somewhere where we can. Okay, left click. Now we can drag the farm plots around. Then we go down. Now, where's the spot I'm interested in? Okay, so that's where we're interested. So we'll drag across. And we're looking at...
Oh, there we are.
Funny enough. There's the... so there's the caverns. We've got caverns on elevation 17. There's...
It could be above that as well.
Yeah, so. There's airspace here. Because we've got the 4 If you've got 4 messages, you've either got airspace or water or magma, or you might be in a treetop.
Here we go. Back to 3.
Oh, there was a change somewhere there. Okay, there's something. So we're still in the roof of the cavern there, I think.
Yep. So what's that? 20, 21 looks good.
Yep, 20. We're solid down to 21. Now we do want to break into the caverns, but my preference is to go through the roof. It limits the amount of things that can, like, just to crack it open while I'm finding out where I want to go.
Yeah. Yep. That way you can put another hatch cover on.
Mm-hmm.
We need
Especially if
to
I'm
build
just
another one
after
of those.
the moss, actually. Yeah, let's just get that staircase coming down to 21 first. Huh. Okay, we're down at 22 as it is.
Oh, okay. We were quite close.
Yeah. Okay, we'll get them to mine down another level. I mean, we've got a hatch cover on the top here, so nothing can come into our fortress.
Space Pirate saying that's a cool trick. Reminds me of the old days of finding wells with dowsing rods. That was a crack smash. Yeah, that wasn't it?
What's this, the Dwarven sonar?
Yeah. Or was that before then?
Oh, I've no idea. I can't even remember where I learned it. Pretty sure it was somebody in chat who taught me how to do it then.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. Someone in my chat had told me recently, and it was they said that there was Krug Smash who had actually had shown on one of his videos. Maybe he found it from somewhere else as well.
Quite possibly. Okay. Once we've found the cavern floor, then I don't need to go back to the surface because we've got somewhere we can click where we can place a farm. So we know there we've got airspace above. Okay, so if I come and dig over to there. It was about there. And then we'll channel a hole in the roof somewhere around there. I'll do another check before we do, because that'll open up the caverns. We'll be able to see what's there without anything, well, with few things able to get to us. And just gives us the ability to plan where, how, what we want to do with the caverns. Limestone. Limestone's a flux stone, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. So that gives us eventually the potential to we haven't found any hematite, have we, or magnetite? Or did we find some coming through the sandstone?
Yeah, I think we found some as we were coming through the aquifer.
That's handy.
We haven't done much digging though.
No, that's true. Yeah, once we get past here, we might be able to even go like underneath this cavern and see what else there is as well.
Yeah. Let's do a double check on the floor. Okay, so we want to come through an area that doesn't touch the walls. So I'm thinking about here. Okay, the tile just above my cursor. Oh,
here we go. So just to explain again what Sal's doing to everyone, it's she's trying to find an area where there's no, if there's a rock wall that comes up right next to where the opening is, then a lot of the creatures in the game can scale very very easily, and so they'll just climb straight up and into the hole. But if we can get an area where there's no rock wall that goes next to it, then that means that we're going to be. It's only flying units that essentially can then reach us at that point.
Yeah, limited number of creatures can get through a hole that's in the middle of the ceiling, but a hole that's next to a wall, loads of things can climb up.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just let this auto saver. It's like I'm not moving my cursor.
Yeah. It's funny also with the. I didn't realise how many creatures can now jump straight up by like one level as well. So even just one, like
Yeah.
having it just one level high isn't really safe either. It's got to be multiple. And there's even some of the were creatures that can actually jump multiple Z levels, I think.
Yeah, yeah. They're usually really good climbers as well, and they can. They can breathe underwater. Okay, yes. So right there. We'll channel that, and we'll have a look at the cavern. And once you can see the cavern,
There we go.
then we can plan. Okay. Now, unfortunately, oh no, we're okay. I was going to say we're right
good.
against a. If the tree was immediately underneath here, then they could just climb up the tree. But there is a gap, so we're doing okay there. Well, we've got moss. That means the yaks are not going to immediately starve.
No, that will now start to grow in their zone. There's some dead rodents.
Yeah, they don't come
And
back
any
to
other
that.
creatures. Oh, there's water.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not bad. And it looks like it goes off the edge of the map, does it? Or is it only just stop around that zone?
We can't see it. I imagine it probably does go off the edge of the map. There's a tendency for that, isn't there?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, looks like we've got a fun box. We've got a fun box. I like to have a look around and just see what corpses around, because that will tell me like how dangerous. Yeah.
There are multiple Z layers as well. I always look for areas I can block off easily as well. But there's nothing easily at this stage.
But the dead things down here are all just vermin. But yeah, we're in the corner of the map, so I imagine this water is going to go off the edge of the map.
Yeah, hopefully it would be good if it did. It's weird. It's like it's funny. The like when it does go off the edge of the map, there's actually like a hidden level drop as well. Like if you are sort of trying to make use of the water, I always forget that it's there, and so I always miscalculate when I'm using water that goes off the edge of the map. Okay,
right. What do we want to do with these caverns now?
Yeah, well, I guess this is the this is really I guess the choices we've got are like it looks pretty safe at this stage, doesn't it? So I guess the choices are we either just stick with the aquifer and try to build a farming up that way, or is there any areas down here where there's an area that's big enough where we've got like only one Z layer above us to build farming? They're multiple, aren't they? There
is an area here.
That's doable. And even that little area there that goes up, does that then...
No, that does connect into... It connects to the edge of the map there. But we wouldn't be too difficult to like drop a staircase down here and then wall in an area here.
That's true. Yeah.
There's a fun box there,
Yeah.
which would be terribly tempting to do something with,
It would. It would. And actually,
especially on stream.
if it's that high up, as well, like it looks like it's not very. It's very contained, isn't it?
It is.
Should we go for
Should
it?
we go for it? I mean, if
Got
that
half an
was
hour.
yeah, if that was magma in there, that would actually be really useful.
It would be actually. It would be. Do we go in from the top?
Yeah. Okay.
Where was the other one that you found?
The other one had an open top on it, which is how they usually come. There it is. There's
There it
the
is, yeah.
other fun box, which is there's
And
another
there's
one
another one.
there. Yeah. Less useful while it's exposed like that, but with this one here that's in the middle of a pillar.
Could have water in it too, couldn't it?
It could have water. Water or
Not that
magma, either of them would be reasonably useful. Well, it depends on how deep the water is. If it was deep enough, no, it's not going to refill, is it? So we couldn't use it as a well.
No, but if it's magma, we may be able to do something with it.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, I think. Where was it?
Go.
Here we go. Yes, so there's the thing.
That's just one. And we've got rock directly above it.
Yeah. And so this is the area where it looks like it would be easier for us to come in and wall off.
Yep.
We could bring a staircase down there and then throw a wall, sort of a little walled area here where we could put our farms down.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And then we could crack open that. Let's see. Yeah, we've only got half an hour left. Should we crack into this? Well, no, let's be sensible.
Yeah, let's.
We'll drop a staircase down here first. See about getting this walled in, then we'll go crack that open.
Because we've got a lot of blocks now as well, haven't we? So we're going to be able to build that wall pretty quickly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
far
That's
away either.
our level with. That's the safe staircase. So if we dig across to here, I'll make it a 2 wide staircase.
Yep. This will be a fairly important thoroughfare.
I think. How did that pillar go? Yes. So if we bring a 2 wide staircase up here.
It's good. Have we got two more of the hatches?
Hatches. Oops.
I always do that.
Yeah. Make me 2 rock hatch covers. You can use anything, doesn't matter.
I must say I like that 30 pacing actually. It's not as frantic as the 100
Yeah.
with the frame rate. It's nice actually.
I find it especially good. I'm going to floor that bit in so that we don't get flying things attacking us from the rear. Then I did stop the rock blocks because I've just put a manager in, so I thought we'd put in a work order now.
Okay, yep.
I'm going to let them use anything.
Yeah.
Okay, make me 100 rock blocks. If we've got less than... we've got less than 50. Make another 100.
Sounds good.
Okay, we've got that.
So
all
got another
fixed.
question. about how migrants and caravans work. They arrive and die immediately to the horrors on the surface. If you end up with a lot of undead, yes, they will. And so that's where you then need to. What I tend to do is actually have other secret entrances off at each of the cardinal points on the surface, so that they can, go to those. But we don't need to do that at this point. It's still safe, we think.
We think nothing on the map at the moment. So at the moment we're digging through limestone.
I've just got a phone call coming in. I'll just mute my.
Sure. Sensible, sensible. Are we dwarves or are we men? Drazon says, sometimes I send some armed security guards wherever they spawn, so you can accompany your migrants or the trade wagons in.
Sorry, we've got the longest answering machine message.
So, Daz, you have the World Gem file available for people to acquire this. Mind you, it wouldn't be the same seed, would it?
Not the same seed, but it's got the same settings. Basically, it's got 3 map generation settings in there. It's got this Evil Island one that we're playing on. There's a one that sort of creates more of a, I guess, more forgotten beasts and more sort of fantasy sort of style about it. And but it is just all just tweaking with the actual settings itself. So I've host a lot of the mods that I make on my coffee.com page. So it's just ko-fi.com/DasTactic, and you can just download it for free from there. So it's convenient because I can always just update it. And so I'll write the comment in chat actually, if anyone does want it.
And for YouTube, I'll put the link in the YouTube video eventually.
I think that will get you there. I've just put it in there.
Okay, we've got away from the top to the bottom now.
Right.
So we want to make sure that the wall...
Oh, that's going to be diagonal. It'll leave a diagonal there.
Oh, what? So that they can... Oh, yeah, we're leaving a diagonal at the back. You're right.
Yep. So we need to make sure we cover that.
Okay. So we can go from there forwards at least 2. I mean, we can go forwards 3.
You can actually technically go even one more because it can't go diagonally through the Z layer. It can only go diagonally through the X and Y. So it's sort of so you can actually overhang or underhang if you need to.
Yes, we could go one there.
Yeah, if we wanted to, and that way we can then sort of come back across and then join up with that other wall. There we go.
All right. Well, what I'll do, we'll just make sure that they can build that corner for us.
Yeah.
Where does the roof come? So we only need to go that far.
No, we have to go all the way and join up with that other portion. So just keep on going until we actually block that off.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because we've got to. Yeah, because they can walk in on the surface, of course.
Yeah. Does your head in, doesn't it? Doing this sort of stuff. It's
Okay, so here we could just go Again,
I think we can
let's...
go straight across, can't we? We've got
We
we're
can.
pretty good all the way above, I believe, aren't we? If we go up a layer above that one, or are we
Yep,
missing?
we're good there.
No, that's
I'm
okay.
just leaving a
that's fine.
gap so that they can build
Yep, yep.
build that corner piece. I'll need them to make some more blocks. Right, while they're doing that, let's have a look. We don't need them to dig the staircase the whole way down. If we drop a staircase to there, that's mine. And then we'll get them to channel there. That's going to be inside our controlled area.
Yep, yep.
And we'll find it. No, not channel. We'll get the miners to dig across there, dig a staircase down so that we can get on top of this. And then we'll just channel out the middle and see what's in there. It could be terribly bad things. It might be terribly good things. We don't know yet.
They may come straight and dig that upstairs from there.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Oops. Hang on. I was thinking that was on top, but it's not. Yeah, we need to take this all up a level.
I love these new aspects to the game as well. It's really interesting.
That's where we want it to go from. Okay, so when they dig that, if we channel that one, that will cut the hole here. Or at least will let us get down. Yeah. All right, well, we'll let them get on with that and we'll see what happens. Okay, now we can get in this piece of wall. We've got a few more blocks, so we'll get that piece walled in at least. Chat, yeah, Finks is saying, I know what I'm hoping for. Well, I personally would be hoping for a box of magma.
That would be very handy, actually, wouldn't it?
It would. I know what I'm hoping it's not.
Yeah. And are we going to be... I guess we can respond quickly enough, can't we? But we may lose a few dwarves.
Indeed. We would actually be losing our cavern area as well. Or at least...
Yeah.
Yeah, because we'd be exposing the box to the cavern.
That could be a fun way to finish it off anyway. This is what actually happens. How many dwarves can survive and how many come back as undead? There we are. Okay. Nothing.
Whoa. That was... Oh, maybe this carries on down then.
Yeah, they extended an awfully long way. I had a map that where it went 500 layers up above. It actually broke through the surface, like a big spire of it. It was just monstrous. I haven't cracked it yet.
Okay, so yeah, that one's a bust. But it was worth checking.
Mm. I'm just walking on, just wonder whether they've actually missed that. Oh no, they're building. That's okay.
Yeah. Let's get this bit of wall in here. We've got another 6 blocks. So we want to make sure that we come... Yeah, it would be fine if we go there. So we'll use... Okay, we've got 7 more blocks. Let's have a look and see what we've got on the map with us. A giant olm.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Yeah.
And it's not dead.
No, it's not dead.
So that is on the cavern layer. So yeah, there's nothing aggressive down here yet.
Yet.
Nice little area that they've got there, actually. That's going to be quite useful.
Yeah. Of course, there's always one dwarf who wants to build it from the other side.
Yep.
Okay, let's see if we've got any more materials yet. Where are we going to want to come to? We're safe all the way down, so we might as well take it... Actually, if I build a piece of wall against there...
Yeah.
Get them to build that first, and then we can block it in. We can use this then as part of the defences.
We can just go straight across, can't it, at that point? So it's a nice little square area.
And just take it across there.
Yeah.
We'll need a few more blocks first. And
He's defaulting out to the other side all the time.
indeed.
I guess he's got access to walk that way at the moment, but I guess when it closes up, he shouldn't be going out that way. Been quite a sedate map after that ogre, hasn't it? Really,
It has. Yeah.
I mean, all that wild and woolly.
Although that could change any minute.
Exactly, yeah. More water on that side as well.
Okay, they're building from this side now, which is good.
That's good.
Yes, the thirsty dwarf will go up and have a drink. So when you see the thirst icon, it just means that the next thing that they're going to do is to go and get a drink.
So this is a question: do we have farms or stills yet? No. This is just what this area is going to be used for now. So it means we haven't had to use the aquifer to do this. Again, we've been quite lucky that there's been nothing undead around the place. Now that's going to get in the way of the other one building. Oh no, they're still doing it. That's good.
We're good. Right, let's get that bit of wall in there.
Oh, they had beds. They're sleeping on the ground.
Huh. That's strange, because they do have beds upstairs.
Yeah.
Let's just check that's all under the roof. It is. Sometimes we need to designate it as a dormitory.
Oh, okay, yep.
There you go.
They were sleeping on them before, though, I noticed.
Yeah.
So
they'll often go and, like, if they've got nowhere else to sleep, they'll go and sleep in the hospital or something.
Yeah.
I should make sure in my standing orders that I switch off automatic web collection.
That's a good idea.
At least until we're boxed in here.
Yeah, I often do that. You go away and come back, and then you find that you got a dwarf outside the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, we're nearly done.
We are. I think we've still got a miner who's dedicated to mining. Let's let them help with building walls.
Yeah. And then also the farms, when we start building them, so they can all just help with that. Do the yaks have they got stuff to eat at this stage, or are they?
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nope.
nearly. Not yet. The other stockpile, you can stop with the giving and taking.
Yep.
And then this one up here. We'll switch off the food from that, so it's just for corpses and refuse.
I think they're not going to make it, those two yaks, are they, at this stage?
Not unless they get the moss growth quickly. They might be really lucky and get 2 patches of moss, one each.
Yes, it could be. That could be funny anyway. Fun to sort of watch and see what happens if one of them starves and one of them actually survives.
Yeah. Let's just check what's going on with these guys. Make sure nobody walls themselves the wrong side of the wall. I'll set a new hotkey here. So you are the cavern farms. See how these yaks get on.
What mine are doing? It's interesting. It's not really up to anything, is it?
Do we have a... I think we put a meeting
Oh,
area there, didn't
the
we?
meeting hall, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should remove that and move that down to the safe area. Like this is where we've got the alcohol as well.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so if you're doing nothing, come down here. Let's see, does that mean they've finished building the wall? They have. Right.
Okay.
Let's give them some farms. So how would you normally do your farms?
I tend to just do 5x2s if I can, or around about 10 per crop, thereabouts, and just because you don't need much, do you really?
Not in the cavern soils.
But what's your sort of rate that you sort of tend to build them?
I usually start my farms upstairs, and I'll do a 5x5 upstairs, and I'll do 4 5x5s. I don't usually plant them all up at first, though.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Okay, so if we get down 2 2x5s, and we'll get plump helmets going in one of them and pigtails in another, something like that.
Yep, sounds good.
And we might as well have the stills down here. Or would we put the stills upper floor, like here, so that we're not using up the valuable farming space?
Yeah, there's not much space down there, is there?
So we can get the miners to dig a space out there. Yeah, we could put the yaks down in the caverns. It's just that there's not much purpose for having yaks.
No, they're just a constant threat, aren't they? Really?
Yeah.
Keeping them around.
Okay, we'll have that one. Do plump helmets all year round. I mean, this is how how would you normally set up your farms?
Yeah, I tend to not even worry too much about pigtails initially. Just plump helmets with one dedicated plump helmets, and then I try to mix the other one where you end up with just the. So I never ever bother planting dimple cups. Actually, we shouldn't have even brought dimple cups with us.
I don't usually bother with that either.
Yeah, yeah. So then just get a smattering of other things, and then eventually sort of get a dedicated, like get as much of the pigtail for clothing. So again, just to explain what that conversation is about for the chat is with those different crops. You've got like 5 or 6 different crops. One of them is good for building clothing, which is your pigtails. One of them you use for dyeing the color of the clothing, which is your dimple cups, which is pretty useless. Particularly like until you're sort of really established. So you don't really need to use those two very much at the start, but you will eventually need pigtails a lot, but not initially. And then plump helmets you can grow all year round, so they tend to be your staple. And the other ones, whatever you can then do with it. So when you first come into the fortress, you've got the various, the 4 different types of like ale, beer, rum, and wine. They all correspond to the 4 different types of food that we can grow down in the caverns, or for the dwarvish sort of staple growth items. So yeah, there's 6, but just if you are new to the game, don't bring dimple cups and don't bother planting them. They're a complete waste of time initially. It's sort of more of a luxury type thing if you're going to be dyeing your clothing.
Indeed. Now we've only got a few minutes left. I was wondering, should we maybe have a little bit of fun in these last couple of minutes? So we spotted, here we go. There's a fun box here that we could come directly down to.
Yeah,
Be
yeah.
easy to dig a staircase to the roof of that.
And they keep on going down through other Z levels as well. So we could even go to the one that we've already got and just dig straight down.
Dig straight down, yeah, have a look and see
Yeah,
what's down there.
yeah, yeah.
We'll get a miner coming down there. And then we'll channel in the top of that and we'll see what's in that one. Yeah, we'll have a bit of an unboxing stream. Let's just see what
Yeah,
else
pick a
is on the
box.
map. Indeed. Oh, we've got normal. We've got non-undead.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so it
Wonder if
must
that's
be
yeah.
part
It's
of
strange
the
because
biome.
we had those trees that were also living and trees that were dead. So we've had a mixture of both.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's strange.
Like the birds down here, they're just vermin, so I wouldn't expect anything different from those.
Yeah, there's been nothing too aggressive down this way. We are near a necromancer tower as well, but we just haven't been in the fortress long enough to attract attention from outside.
Yeah.
We're still in the first year. In fact, we're only into the second season, so yeah, so we're still a little way off. Sort of getting any of the outside influence.
Oh, tell you what, I'll cancel the room for the kitchen and stills. We'll get our miner mining. But I think we've successfully survived this terrifying biome so far.
It wasn't very terrifying, unfortunately, but
It was.
we did it safely, though.
It was a bit scary at the start.
It was.
Snowing human frozen blood a few times again.
Actually, on the surface, has it thawed? It's still early summer, so it may not have, but we're fairly high into the north.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, it has
there we
thawed.
go.
We're not seeing any blood on the ground, though.
No, so it's just been raining. Well, it was raining frozen blood. I would still expect to see magic. Might be in the treetops.
Yeah, probably just congealed into the trees.
Yeah.
There's also a lot of rock patches everywhere, isn't there? Oh, there's the brook in the corner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you wouldn't think that the soil was so deep when you're seeing so many rock patches on the surface.
No, it's sort of funny, actually. I wonder if that's been impacted by the weather.
Maybe.
There's nothing on the
Just got
ground.
smattering of sand and yeah, we can see we've definitely got a lot of dead trees, but some living trees as well.
Yeah, it's a real mix.
Oh, something's fighting. Cave crocodile and a
Here we go.
troglodyte.
Now, when one of them kills the other, this should be interesting. Here comes a whole lot of troglodytes. Oh, here we go.
Oh, they didn't kill each other, I don't think.
No. There's still a big group of them to the south there, though.
Oh, there we go. There's a dead one. Oh no, he's just on top of some cave swallow remains.
It's a crocodile.
Oh, the crocodile's unconscious.
Well, it's more like scavengers, aren't they? They'll take opportunity, but they won't get too aggressive.
Yeah. Same with the troglodytes. They're only semi-aggressive.
Yeah. Oh, that was a shame. It looks like we could have had a real escalation of undead.
Indeed.
Is the crocodile's gone again? There's a lot of them. Yeah, there's an opportunity there for some sort of disaster.
Did we cut through to the fun? There's another fun box there. I spotted another one over by the water as well. There's another one there. There's quite a lot of them actually. Right, where's this staircase we asked them to make? Oh, here we go.
Yeah. This is outside where the troglodytes can also start to come in. So this could get fairly interesting. Oh, there we are. There we are.
Magma.
Well done. That's cool. Great.
Okay, we'll get them to place a floor over the top of there.
Should we send our military outside just a little while to take on the troglodytes?
Hey, we could do. Although they've got to get past that magma. I could imagine we'd end up with military and magma.
Oh yeah.
Let's just have a look at what we've got on the map. See if anything. Oh, we've got more undeads on the surface.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. So it's now starting to escalate.
Yeah.
And I mean, if we were playing for a bit longer, this would then be what would be the welcoming committee for if we get our first group of
migrants
of arrivals. Yep. So they are on the surface now.
Indeed.
I'm a dad ogre.
So yeah, the first fun box was a bust, or it might go deeper down and we might find something. Or the second one had magma in it, which would be quite useful for early metals. But we're just about out of time now. So I guess we're going to call it here. Well, we've successfully managed to get by.
Yeah, it was touch and go at the front there. Like if that ogre had have come across a bit further and been activated by us, it would have been quite a different story, I think.
Yeah.
And also right now with that bug with the doors, I mean, I guess we're safe now, aren't we? Really, but
yeah, because we got the hatch covers.
It could get interesting though still. And then we didn't quite see the yaks go either.
You know what we could do? As a final hurrah, we could let the yaks out onto the surface.
Oh, yeah, let's do that. That's a great idea. And do we have to get rid of the pen that they're in?
Oh yeah, we do. That's right. Even if we just pause it.
Yep.
Go, yaks, go!
On. There we are. This could be fun. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Okay, that one's had something sweet. Let's lock that door. Okay, we'll lock the doors behind them as we go. See if we can coax them out onto the surface. Yaks versus ogres would be an interesting challenge.
Will they go to their own pen? Oh, there we go.
They wouldn't move to their own pen, but they should move to the surface, okay?
Yeah. Got one up the top.
Yep, we just want this one to also go out the door, and then we'll see what happens on the surface. Oh, there we go. Right, let's lock the doors behind them so that we don't coax the ogres down.
There's nothing else to freak them out, is there, out here? They're the only two undead things.
Raining human blood again. Okay, so they're... Yeah, they're right up in the corner.
You're just not seeing them.
Not yet. Well, anyway, the yaks are on the surface rather than starving in a little pen inside, which, yeah, I mean, ordinarily would be... Normally, I'd just leave them in there to starve with in a terrifying biome. But I think we're gonna leave it here now. We shall leave it knowing that the yaks are safe on the surface.
Yeah, safe-ish.
So,
yeah, they'll be part of the welcoming committee fairly soon, I think.
Indeed. We shall go find somebody to raid.
Thanks for having me on, Sal. It's been good fun.
Yeah, it's good fun. Thank you for joining me very much. Yeah, and as I say, you are the person who taught me how to play in the first instance.
It's funny when people say that, actually, because I did enjoy making those videos, but there's so many of them that I had to make in the end.
Indeed.
I think there's 70 something in the end of that particular series.
I mean, I had been looking for something to play because I hadn't... When I first found out about Dwarf Fortress, I didn't have a gaming computer. So I was waiting for my gaming computer. I was saving up for it at the time, and then I had to wait for it to be built. And so while that was going on, I was just avidly consuming my way through all of the videos I could find. And yeah, I learned the majority of my Dwarf Fortress knowledge from watching your videos while I was waiting for a computer to be delivered.
That's funny. Yeah, it's an incredible game. It's just, and I love that it's actually had such a lease of life since the Steam release has come through as well.
Yeah.
It's just so special. It's just great. Real success story. It's fantastic.
Well, we are going to go and say hello to RNG Strategist, and thank you again, Daz, for joining me. It's been an absolute delight having you again. And
it's been great.
Yeah, see you again soon.
And thanks, chat. And I hope everyone has a great week.
And thanks for watching. Bye, everybody.